Hi, everyone. My name is Hannah Olivas, and I am one of the co founders and CEOs of She Rises Studios. We are so excited and energetic to start the 2026 Up Your Energy Summit. And this has been an annual summit that we've done live. And I'm so excited because we have some extraordinary talent, phenomenal women who are about to change your life. And before I introduce our first speaker and really get this going, I just want to share what we do at She Rises Studios is so simple, yet so powerful in execution. We help women rise into paid authority where they become the disruptors in their niches, but also it turns into visibility that converts into leadership that lasts. And so at She Rises Studios, we don't just inspire women, we build platforms that help women get paid for their voices, their expertise, and lived experiences. And through publishing, media stages, brand positioning, and high level rooms, we help women turn what they know into income, impact, and legacy. And over the years, we have supported thousands of women across countries, near and far, to be able to share their voices, not just in theory, but in real lived experiences. And so, Up Your Energy exists because success without alignment eventually costs you. You can't scale impact if your energy is depleted, and you can't lead powerfully if your nervous system is constantly in survival mode. So, this summit is prepared to show you how to pause, recalibrate, align, teach you how to show up in your business in a way that fits for you, your leadership, and your life. So, if you are here and if you are ready to tune in, please be an active participant. Use the chat. You can ask questions to our speakers. We have some open Q&A all throughout the day, and we are ready to up your energy. So today's first speaker is Kirsten Franklin, and Kirsten is going to be talking about becoming unf-withable, activating your MVP code for unstoppable success. She is a high impact life and business coach, working with over 3,000 plus clients since 2010, the creator of the MVP method. Please welcome Kirsten Franklin.
Hey everybody, let's give it up for Hannah Olivas, her daughter Adriana Luna, and the entire team at She Rises for this amazing Up Your Energy Summit. I am so excited to be here, and I know we have a short time together, so let's just get to it. As Hannah said, my name is Kirsten Franklin, and I went from homeless single parent with an infant to building multiple million-dollar businesses, exiting business, working as a strategic advisor, and really fun investing and helping co-founders and helping founders reach those 8 and 9 figures that they always aim to do. And as Hannah mentioned, I have worked with over 3,000 individuals over the past 15 plus years. Okay, I've worked with everyone from professional athletes to global hedge fund managers and actually high level executives and CEOs of brands that you probably use daily. But my sweet spot, the place that I love to play in, is actually people just like you and me, small business owners, right? And I love to take people from, especially where I was, to where I am and where I keep going. Throughout that time, I've developed a really deep practice and understanding of what it takes to truly get anything and everything you want in life. So, as Hannah said, I like to say I help people become unethical in business and life. Okay, I'm literally the secret weapon that elite performers go to when they are really working on something and it's kind of not quite happening for them, or there does come a point in time where you just know that you don't go this long road alone, and you always have outsiders, highly skilled outsiders that help you reflect and really just hit that next level in life. Okay, here's the deal. if we can just focus on mastering just three things in life, business, relationships, health, wealth, finances, family, friends, everything, they all become joyful and easy. Okay, you can actually have more than you dreamed of. I know that sounds a little weird, right? But I use the word joy specifically because I know that having worked with so many people, a lot of us go through life and we're content, we're happy. We might even love lots of aspects of our life, but I'm talking about having a joy filled life, right? Like kid on Christmas morning kind of life. And that's what I get to experience. And that's what I love to help other people do. I know we have a super short time here, and I'm sorry I keep looking all over the place because I'm going to put this in the chat for you. Because we have a super short time here together, what I don't want you to do is have to take notes. Okay, so I literally wrote all the notes, and they're right there in the link. Just go ahead and you can download them now or later. Just grab the notes so that we can focus right here. And for anybody who is planning on being out in Vegas in February, I'm going to be there. I'll host like a meetup or something. So just stick with me. I'm going to be staying at Treasure Island. So hopefully we'll all be out there together. All right. So earlier I mentioned I help people become uneffable. So what does that really mean? Like in its shortest, easiest definition, I believe it means that you're so truly at peace with yourself, non-judgmental. You're in touch with your deepest, your highest self, that nothing that life throws at you can knock you off your path, right? When we're in this state of being, it's when force is turned into flow. And it's when all of our decisions just magically are right. You ever have those like guess right days? Like it's like living life on that. Everything you do just ends up being right and more right and more right. And so earlier I said if you focus on three areas or three aspects to begin to master, you can actually achieve this kind of this vibrant life. And it's a simple acronym. One of my athletes actually gave it to me. It's MVP. And what that stands for, obviously most valuable player, because you are the most valuable player in your own life. But for me, it stands for mindset. Okay, everything stems from your thoughts. And I'm going to go high level here. I'm not going to go super deep. So I know we have a lot of people here in the audience that geek out, nerd out, or go really deep on some of these things. I'm just going to go high level here. So mindset, right? Everything stems from your mindset, your thoughts. Vibration. There are rules and laws to this. And if you can understand and start to master them, everything just kind of comes into your field. And I'm sure we've all had moments where we experience it, but now we're going to do it purposely, intentionally, and everything just becomes easy. And the P stands for processes. Why? Because how you uncover, discover, change that mindset, how you raise that vibration, how you even change the habits to get your results, it's a process. It's really super, super simple, right? So just raise your hands here. I'm sorry, I'm on streamer. I can't really see you, but if we can all agree that our actions and behaviors beget our results, right? We want to get healthy, so we eat better and work out, and we get healthy. Yes, yes? Okay. Can we all agree that it's actually our emotions and desires that trigger or cause our behaviors, right? Maybe we one day looked in the mirror and we're like, dude, not so cute. I'm going to work on that. I desire to look better, right? I don't feel good in this body. So I'm going to eat healthy and work out. Yes, yes? All right. And here it is. Why mindset might be like a super overused word. Don't roll your eyes. But why mindset matters? Because it's actually our thoughts, conscious or subconscious, that actually cause our emotions and desires, right? So we might look in the mirror. Sorry, there's construction. We might look in the mirror and all we see is a body we're unhappy. We might see our sluggish self, our older self, and that will trigger for us this emotion and desire to look better, feel better, be better, right? Our sight, what we see is just data, but what makes the judgment call on that? Conscious and subconscious thoughts. And we can go deeper another time. Did we get the notes into the chat there? Sorry, just want to make sure. All right. So as you can see, if you take this all the way through, it's your conscious and subconscious thoughts triggering emotions and desires that create these behaviors that get your results. So now do we see, is everyone picking up what I'm putting down here? Mindset matters. Mindset first, mindset always. You are never going to outgrow, outdevelop, be what you think of yourself. It's really that simple. All right. So again, not going super deep here. So Kirsten, if it says easy as controlling your thoughts, right? Why do seemingly capable people fail? Why do I fail? Why do I fail at things that I want? Well, I'm going to give you the answer. Okay. I can give you the answer, but it takes a little work to get there. And I'm going to use New Year's Eve resolutions. You know, we're 30 days out, and probably a large majority of us have already quit some aspect of something we were going for. And we can make all the excuses in the world. It's all good. The only reason people don't achieve their goals is for one reason only. They have not become the happy end result. They have not developed that identity and become in that state of being of the person that has the thing. Okay. I know that's a little bit out there, right? So I don't know if everyone can understand that. And I'm sorry I can't see the audience, but we are not in the state of being of the thing that can hold, have, operate in whatever that is that you desire. And it's about identities, values, and beliefs. All right. So I'm just gonna, and I'm sorry I'm talking really quick, which is why I wrote the notes for you. We only have 10 minutes. But taking that New Year's Eve resolution and sticking with that sort of fitness thing, let's just say I identify as a runner and I run every day at 6 a.m. and I've done it for a year now, right? Here's how it plays out. I have two options to take a flight. I can get a 6 a.m. flight for $400 less than the 9 a.m. flight. I'm taking the 9 a.m. flight despite the fact that it's $400 more because I identify so deeply as a runner that if I know my beliefs now surround this, I believe that if I don't run every day at 6, I'm going to feel crappy. And whatever I'm trying to do on the other end of that flight, that meeting, that business is not going to go well. That's my belief. Now we could talk about all that's wrong there, but we won't. But do you see how my belief, my identity, my values, and the state of being that I'm in will produce my results, right? So I will actually pay more. In fact, I can look at any one of yours bank statements and your calendar, right? And tell you what your identity and beliefs are surrounding. It's really that simple. All right. And so, it doesn't matter. We can like Charles Duhigg it up and understand our habit cycle. We can James Clear Atomic Habit and wear our clothes in bed and just wake up and roll out of bed and put on our sneakers. But it's like Sisyphus pushing a boulder up a hill every day. It's too much emotional energy. It's too much physical energy and stress to compete with our identity. And that's why people quit. And that's actually why you don't get the thing that you're going after. It's embodiment, it's identity. Okay. And I think we're at time here. I'm about to be. So I'm going to have a Q&A tomorrow. Okay. Just free. There's no upsell. There's no nothing. If you guys want to go deeper, we can go deeper on that Q&A tomorrow. So I'll put that in the chat. I'll stay in the chat for a second. I'm not going to answer questions in the chat. I'll answer any question you have tomorrow at the Q&A because I want to respect the other speakers. So let me know. I'm trying to look and see. Are we at time here? All right, so we are at time. I will put that information in there. Let me get that for you right now. And hopefully you've downloaded the notes and I'll see you on the Q&A tomorrow to answer any questions you guys have.
Thank you, Kirsten. So for any of you watching, she talked about becoming unfwithable, delivering some information on her MVP, which is mindset, vibration, and processes. Next up, we have another phenomenal speaker. Her name is Dr. Dietra C. Payne, and she is going to talk about from being stuck to unstoppable, rewiring your mindset for breakthrough results. She is an educator for 15 plus years, founder of Fabulous Coaching, training and productions, corporate trainer, and motivational speaker. So thank you for joining us, and let's welcome her. Hello.
Hi. I want to thank everyone at She Rises Studios for this. I'm excited. Thank you very much. So I'm going to go ahead and get started. So I have a question for you. So my question is, are you ready to up your energy? I'm so excited to be here, and I'm so excited that you are all here. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to share my story of resilience. And I personally believe that it's so important for women to share their stories because when we share our stories, we have an opportunity to know that we're not the only one that are having difficulties, who are having challenges. We all have challenges, right? They may be different, but we all have challenges. So I'm sharing my story of resilience to help everyone understand that we can get through it. You're stronger than what you may think. So my story is one of loss. So I believe it was towards the end of COVID. I went to Maryland to help my elderly parents. So I left Arizona because I wanted to help them, particularly at a time that was really difficult for the entire country or the world. So I went to help my elderly parents, but not only was I helping them full time, and of course, you know, when you're caring for someone who's elderly, you're taking them to doctor's appointments, you're cleaning the house for them, you're making dinner, all of that. Anyone who has taken care of an older person, you know exactly what I'm talking about. So not only was I doing this full time, but I was working as a college professor full time. So when I was actually on campus, I was driving from Maryland, my parents' home, to the college in Virginia. And it was a 3-hour round trip. So in 2022, my father passed away on Thanksgiving. 2 days later, I lost my memory and I lost my ability to speak. So I ended up in the hospital. And that was a game changer for me. I looked at things from a different perspective when that happened to me. My thinking was, and one of the reasons I started my business was, I want to achieve my goals. What if I never achieve my goals? Because we never know how long we have. So the difficult part for me was I learned that the doctors told my family to prepare to have a caregiver for her. So I learned this after I checked out of the hospital. So when I heard that, it was difficult for me. So I'm sharing this story in hopes that it's going to inspire someone to know that we can go out there and we can live our dreams. We can be more than just being stuck. So I'm going to offer some strategies that have helped me over the years. So the first strategy is when we're talking about, oh no. Hannah, can you still see me?
We can see you and hear
My
you, and you are live
computer
and
went
in
down.
action.
Oh no.
You're still live, Dr. Dietra.
Okay. So you can still hear me when I was trying to get my computer back. It went blank.
Yes. Gotta love 2026
you,
technology.
Okay. I am so sorry. I was so excited to share my strategies. Okay, so the first strategy is to identify that obstacle that is keeping you stuck. So research indicates that a lot of people who feel stuck is because of a fear of failure. So let me tell you, failure is okay. Do you know that there are so many successful people and businesses who have failed before they became successful? Warren Buffett and Oprah Winfrey have talked about their failures and been candid about it. And they've used their failures as feedback and learning experiences. And that's exactly what the research indicates. The research indicates that those who use their failures as feedback actually rewire their brains for success. So there's also a Harvard study that indicated that entrepreneurs who failed on their first attempt was successful on their second attempt. So it's called the smart failure effect. That's because failure teaches us something that we would never learn had we not failed. So don't worry about failing. Use failure as an opportunity to bounce back and to become better. So the goal is to reframe failure as feedback. Failure is really those stepping stones for you to be successful. So the only way in which you will ever fail is if you allow that failure to keep you stuck. So that's actually, for me, strategy number one, right? We want to identify what that obstacle is, and we're going to find ways to get out of being stuck. So if failure is keeping you stuck, we want to work on that. So strategy number two is we want to change our mindset. We want to surround ourselves with people who are positive people, positivity all the time. So that may sound a little strange, particularly when we're in a world in which we're surrounded by negativity. I mean, you turn on the news, there's negativity. You turn on social media, there's negativity. You go out with your friends, there's negativity. You visit your family members, there's negativity. Wow, there's so much negativity around us. But did you know that our brains are wired for negativity? It's the negativity bias, right? So when we're talking about our brains being wired for negativity, how do I go about being more positive? We can be positive. Surround yourself with friends who are positive. Surround yourself with people, have a circle who believe in you, who support you, who say that you can do it, who clap for you, because not everyone's going to do that. And that's not someone that you want as a part of your circle. You want to surround yourself with positive people, right? So that is so important for me, to surround myself with positivity. And we can all do that. So the next strategy that I have is practice gratitude. That's a big one for me. I'm a big proponent of gratitude. I definitely believe in the power of gratitude. And every single day, I write in my gratitude journal all the things that I'm grateful for in that day. So it's so important, gratitude, because it allows us to rewire our brains towards positivity. What I mentioned in strategy two, we want to surround ourselves with people who are positive. We want to surround ourselves with positivity. So gratitude is so important. I even went out there and created a gratitude journal. That was how passionate I am about gratitude. So I talk about gratitude all the time, and the research supports the importance of gratitude. When we actually think about gratitude and we practice gratitude, it allows us to be happier. We sleep better. The research indicates all of that. So I know a lot of people have said to me, how is it that you're so positive when you've had so much loss? And I said, it's not about positivity. That's important. But positivity leads to hope, whereas gratitude leads to development. So it's important to practice gratitude. I do it every single day without fail. Even if I fall asleep, I was like, hey, wait a minute, I forgot to write my gratitude journal. I get up, write my gratitude journal, then go back to sleep. That's how important it is for me. And I've noticed a difference just by writing in my gratitude journal. I've seen me become such a much more developed person, moving towards becoming the best person that I can be. So I cannot talk about gratitude enough because I'm really passionate about it. And I believe in the power of gratitude. So I'm going to move on to strategy number 4. And this is the last strategy. It's about stepping out of your comfort zone, right? Make a plan. So if you're stuck, you can just take one little thing and step out of your comfort zone. So one of the things that I like to share with everyone when I'm talking about stepping out of your comfort zone is my experience with Let's Make a Deal. So last year, I was on Let's Make a Deal. I was selected, I won my game, but it was difficult for me. I grew up painfully shy. I'm an introvert today, and we're talking about introversion. It's about where we get our energy from, because my students will always say, "You're not an introvert." Yes, I am. I'm an introvert. Believe me. So it was uncomfortable for me to interact with everyone who was in the audience, because prior to the show being taped, you get to know the audience members, and we were supposed to interact with everyone. So this was a dream of mine, to be on a game show. So I said, okay, I'm going to have to interact with everyone, right? So I did that because it was something that I wanted to achieve. So we can put a plan together so that we can start becoming unstuck. And I'm going to talk about the SMART goals. So SMART is an acronym for specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time bound. So when we're talking about using the SMART goals, you want to be very specific about what it is that you want to achieve. So let's say, for example, you want to lose 50 pounds in a year. So you want to identify exactly the way in which you want to do that. So it's like, oh, okay, I want to lose 50 pounds in a year. I'm going to exercise on my treadmill every Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday for an hour. So you want to be very specific about how you're going to go about losing weight. Identify the meals that you're going to eat, very specific, right? So next is measurable. You want to always ensure that whatever goal you're trying to achieve is measurable. So can we measure whether or not we're on track with losing 50 pounds? Of course we can, because there's 52 weeks in a year, and we can take a look at moving towards our goal. Because if we step on the scale and we've lost 1 pound in a week, we know that we're moving towards that goal. Okay, I'm sorry, I was looking at some of the comments. Thank you very much. So the next is achievable. Is it achievable? Absolutely, because we just identified we can measure whether or not we're on track to losing that weight. Last is relevant. It's relevant to us because we want to get healthy. And you always want to make sure that your goals are time bound. So make sure that you have a time. So I want to lose the 50 pounds in a year. So it is time bound. So when we're talking about stepping out of our comfort zone and start making a plan so that we're not stuck, that's one of the things that you can do, is identify what it is that is keeping you from achieving whatever the goals are. Then make a plan. But you also want to make sure that you're celebrating your wins. Kind of divide it up into little chunks, not just look at, for example, the 50 pounds, because that might be overwhelming. But if you look at it as 1 pound in a week, that will help you. Your brain will love you for that, because you can say, oh, okay, now I can understand that by doing this, I'm losing 1 pound in a week, and I'm not overwhelmed by, oh my gosh, I have to lose 50 pounds. So that's the last step for the strategies that I want to offer about going and out there and achieving whatever goals that you have for yourself. And I'm going to put the link to my website in the comments so that you can go to the website. There is a gift for you that you can pick up, which is actually the gratitude shift. It has exercises in it that's going to help you move towards positivity. So I want to thank everyone so much. I think that's the end of my presentation. But the one thing that I did forget, I'm not sure how much time I have. The one thing I did forget when we're talking about positivity is that when we think of negativity, our brain, right? I was going to give an example. So when we think of negativity, for example, our manager says, okay, I'm going to talk to you about your evaluation. And he says, everything is great. You're great. You're doing a great job. All your clients love you. And so he says, but there's a but. You were late one day. Where does our brain go? To the negative part of the evaluation. So be careful about that. That was one of the things that I forgot to mention when we were talking about negativity bias and being positive. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Dietra. What an amazing insight. She talked about the SMART failure effect, mindset, gratitude, stepping out of our comfort zone, which leads me to the next part of this Up Your Energy Summit, because the person I'm bringing on next is all about that. Her name is Megan Dirks, and she is Big Brand Energy. 7 days to get clear, confident, and visible. And Megan is a brand strategist and the founder of The Girl on the Left, 2 times international best-selling author, an anthology visionary. Hello.
Hello, hello. And I am super excited to be here today. I have 10 beautiful minutes with all of you beautiful humans that I've been seeing in the comments. So much like our lovely previous speaker, I am bringing introvert energy today because that is all I got. And that's my authentic energy anyway. I am here to bring you creative energy for the day. So my goal originally is to give you an overview for a bit of a brand roadmap crash course. And I do a lot of things. I work with a lot of different personalities. And here's what I've kind of noticed over time. One thing is that women especially tend to buy up a zillion courses and they sit in their inbox and they don't have time to do them, or they have time to watch them. And this is true for summit replays too. Some of you might be guilty for the replay of this summit after, I don't know. But what I do know is we love to absorb information and not retain it or implement it. So my goal right now is the 7-day roadmap that I'm laying out here. I want to get really interactive with you guys. And over the next 7 to 10 minutes, I would love us to walk through, and I challenge you to play along with me and condense pretty much 7 weeks, 7 months, however long you would ignore something like this. Do it with me now, and in 7 minutes, walk away with a lot more clarity on your brand. So digging in, I'm going to start with an identity piece. So day 1 of your roadmap would be, who were you before you were trying to be professional? Who were you naturally? Were you naturally silly? And then you kind of stopped because you had to be corporate friendly or whatever it is. Do me a favor, play along, drop 1 to 2 words in the chat that describes the real you. For me, that could be bold and kind off the top of my head. That's what I aim for. That's what I hope people see in me when I work with them. That's what I hope I bring across to presentations. And I'm seeing some things like quiet coming in. I'm seeing some things like creative, warm, analytical, all common ones that really we say a lot and a lot of us identify as. So what I'm here to kind of say is that is not a problem. That is authentically you. And that's what makes people connect with you. So the kind of insight or takeaway here that I want to leave is ultimately your brand is not built by removing and stripping your personality out of it. It's built by refining it. So naturally, if you lean more calm, that's okay energetically, and people will gravitate to that, the right people. So we don't have a lot of time here. I'm gonna invite you all to kind of sit with that for a sec as we move into part 2, which is, who are you here for? And when I say that, women love to help everybody, and we can't, and we shouldn't. And honestly, we don't really want to. So I really want you to think about who drains you to work with and who lights you up to work with. And I want you to be really, really honest about that. Because for me, as an example, I don't love working with people I need to handhold. People that I call the let me Google that for you people, because they've come to me with questions before they even tried to answer it for themselves. So it lights me up to work with people that are curious, people that are self-starters. And I want to know that when they're coming to me, they are like, hey, I've already tried XYZ. I'm still hitting this roadblock. What do you recommend? Can we figure this out together? That's a much more fun energy for me to work with professionally. And that group is really your brand direction. Whoever that is for you is a much better fit than everybody who needs help, because you're not going to be able to service everybody that needs help. So think about that in terms of, similar to before, thinking who you want around you, positive energy versus negative energy, and seek that out in your clients too. And again, be brutally honest about it. So moving into 3, we're going to do the good old fill in the blank. And I invite you to do this alongside me. Some of you may have already. I've seen this called a profitable marketing message. I've seen this called a hot hook. I've seen this called a dynamic business statement. It boils down to the elevator pitch. I help blank who feel blank to do blank. It looks different for everybody. Some of you here may have done it 2, 5, 10 times in the last couple of years, especially if you're entrepreneurs. So whatever you see, if you know it, feel free to drop it in the chat. If you know it by heart, if you've built these already, but it is a very simple structure that really hones things in for both you and also the people you're trying to attract. So we do different things too. I have different ones. I help women entrepreneurs who feel overwhelmed with tech build a brand presence online, period. Moving forward from that, I see an amazing one in the chat. I help female solopreneurs, clear, simplify their back end, clear, so they can get more done, clear, and make more money. Very tangible, desired result. So that one is fantastic. And as we think about that, I want us to move into our story, because it's really important. And our story is something we tend to edit and strip down as well. So when it comes down to it in terms of marketing and branding yourself, I want you to think about your story in terms of, we've all experienced a lot of life. We've all done a lot in business too. And what is something you've already figured out that you've nailed for yourself that other people are still struggling with? Because that part of your story is the part of the story that you should be marketing personally. That's my own opinion. People might have different ones. But if you've cracked the code to something and you still look around and see 4, 5, 6 friends struggling with it, that's probably a need. And that's definitely a need you can fill. So realizing that your past struggles are proof that you understand your audience is really, really great brand identity for you. As we kind of move into thinking more about how we say these things, we look at our voice. And I work with people a lot on brand voice. In general, just kind of step back, zoom out a little bit. I know we're going really quick here, so I appreciate your patience and kind of keeping up with me. But if you step out of yourself and you look with a blank slate, do you tend to over-explain things, or do you tend to undersay things? And that for me has looked like undersaying things. There are so many things that are happening in my world that people are oblivious to because I simply don't have time to post them all. And some of them pass. So I need to get in a better habit myself, especially as I grow and scale, to make sure people are aware of what I'm doing all the time. And that is the consistency game for sure. So just the reminder here is that confidence in general in branding sounds like clarity, not complexity. So this is not the place to be all of our beautiful titles that we do and we overuse. I'm a podcast host, I'm a best-selling this, I'm a this, I'm a that, I'm a that. You've lost people. What is the core thing you do? And say it clearly. And there's a difference there when both you read it and when people looking for you read it. So speeding this up, last couple minutes, we're going to dig into visibility. And that is people getting overwhelmed with picking a platform. So I want you to really not overcomplicate that or feel the need or pressure to be everywhere all at once. And I want you to look at the platform that is performing the best for you right now. Where do you get the most engagement? Where do you naturally gravitate to because you actually like spending time there? Is there any platform where you've actually converted clients from? Whatever that looks like for you, lead with the one that's leading for you. Don't overcomplicate it. Make that your stage. You don't need 5 of them, and you don't need recognition across all of them. You just need good recognition on one. So that takes a lot of pressure off of you as well. And as we kind of move into getting ready to close, consistency, obviously, is our last step. When we figure all of these things out, what we're looking for is the ability to maintain it and keep it going. So your big brand energy, whatever it is that looks like for you, it doesn't have to be loud. It just has to be recognizable. So I really want to reiterate that to the introverts in the room, the quiet leaders like myself, that we show up, we do the things, and then we go crash behind the scenes. And that is totally fine. So I want to leave you with one thing that you could repeat weekly in that one place with your one clear message that is authentically you and not stripped down, so people remember you. And think about that a little bit. Please keep that as a takeaway. My goal is that you at least stew on it a little bit today. And that might look like posting a tip in your niche every Tuesday, like clockwork, or going live every Wednesday on Instagram for 5 minutes and holding yourself to that. Whatever it is, find your consistency piece and marry everything else to that. So that is what I have for you today. If we have time left, great. If not, thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, Megan, and her big brand energy. 7 days to get clear, confident, and visible. Before I bring on our next guest, I just want to remind you that we have heard some powerful perspectives. And before we move forward, I just want to pause for one moment and let it all sink in. Our next guest, who we are bringing up today, is Ianthe Morrow. She is going to share with us you can start a brand at any age, which I think is very true and very amazing. She's the founder of N09 Eco Luxury Candles, featured widely, and ethical product and brand consultant. So please help me welcome Ianthe to the Up Your Energy virtual stage.
What a beautiful introduction. Thank you. And I've had so much fun listening to everyone so far. Thank you all for being here. I'm going to begin by lighting a candle and setting an intention. So this is something that I do as a practice that I've been doing my entire life. My mom taught me to do this when I was a little tiny girl. Yes, even with matches. I was always safe though. And so what I do is I light the candle, and the intention that I'm going to set today is that you hear something that gives you the courage to take action towards your vision. And let that be so for you. I am very passionate about the fact that you can start something at any age. And that's because I'm 55 years old, and I started a new brand this year at 55. And it dawned on me that this is something that not everyone feels. And maybe when I was younger, I probably was afraid and would have told you that's silly. And one of my big things that I want to really grab you and squeeze you and love into you today is that I want you to not be afraid to look silly. Why do I say that? Because what that means, if you're willing to not care about what it looks like and how it lands on others, it means that you're aligned, really aligned with your own core values, and you have self-awareness. And that means that you can actually do anything at any age. So I want to repeat that. From a place of alignment where you know yourself, where you know that you're worthy, you're going to be able to do something at any age. You'll be able to start a brand. Now, the word brand, I just want to say, it gets thrown out a lot. And I remember the first time someone said, what's your brand? Is this your brand? And when I started my first brand, I was 38 years old. It was 2009. I'd gone through a very difficult divorce. I had 2 young children. I was suddenly alone. I had 2 autoimmune diseases. One of them was Graves' disease, and they couldn't get it under control. And it was terrifying. And I was on beta blockers 3 times a day to keep my heart rate just at a point where it was 90. I was terrified. I was in fight or flight constantly. And I was lighting candles like I just did with you at the beginning here to try to set an intention, to give myself some peace and to ask, what is it that I'm meant to do here? And I got that, well, I really, really want to continue lighting these candles, but I found out that and discovered that they were toxic. So I said, okay, well, yeah, this is what I meant to do then. And there is a myth. I'm going to bust 3 myths for you right now. There are 3 myths. One is, in order to start a company, and I will get back to what a brand means, but in order to start a company, you need to have gone to business school or have a marketing degree. You need to have a degree in general. That's a myth. The second one that I hear a lot is you need to have outside funding sources. That's a myth. And the third one that I hear a lot is that you have to create something that no one else has before. It has to be unique, its own. No, that's a myth. There is no such thing as a saturated market. So here I was in this fight or flight zone, and I decided to start a candle company. Okay, I have no degree in business. I did not have outside funding. And a candle, can you imagine what people said to me? The people who I should never listen to, nor should you. Those voices saying, and also one inside me saying, there's a million candles out there. Why would you think that you could start a candle company? And that's where I stopped. And this is what I hope that I can impart this to you. And I stopped and I listened to that for a minute. And I said, I'm going to do it anyway. I'm not going to let fear or other people's opinions stop me. This is one of the things that I live with. This is one of my core values. Is fear is a beautiful thing. It comes up because it wants to protect us. And so recognize it and thank it. Hey, thank you. But you know what? I've got this. Thanks, fear. Thanks for showing up. But I have this. And if any of you are here and you're listening, put something in the chat to tell me that you've been afraid. And that from this moment on, you're going to hear my voice and you're going to do it anyway. Because this is something that I want you to give yourself. Thank you, Linda, for saying that. Bravo. I want you to give yourself this blessing of knowing that the fear comes up to help you and guide you and protect you, but not stop you from going for your dreams. So what is a brand? I even wondered, what was it? I actually created an acronym because I love doing that. I love playing with words. And I came up with this idea, which is a brand is bringing reputable, authentic, necessary deliverables. But really, what is a brand? Okay. It's something that you can start. It's something that you know right now, if you have a vision, if there's something that you want to create, and I want you to ask yourself, what's been stopping me? Because if it's that you don't have a degree and you don't have outside funding, I've already told you, spoiler alert, that's not the reason to start. Okay. The other thing is, if you think that you're doing something that the market is already saturated, no one can do and make and create what you can. So I don't care if it's a category. I'm point. Okay. I created a candle company in 2009 called Objects with Purpose in a saturated market, one would say, right? With no background in that, except that I loved candles and I wanted them to be non-toxic. That's all I had. Okay. I love that. Great shift from fear equals stop fear. Yes. Beautiful. Beautiful. So my candles were in the Oscar swag bag in 2014. Ellen DeGeneres was the host. My candles were in over 200 stores across the country. My candles were on the Today Show twice. In one day, my candles sold $125,000 on that appearance on the Today Show. And I thought, wow, if I would have listened to the fear, if I would have waited to have the degree, if I would have waited to have someone outside funding, I would have never done those things. There were very difficult moments. I get afraid all the time. And that just proves to me that I'm alive. And guess what else? That I care. So the next time you feel afraid and you want to start something, I want you to understand that action is the way to do it. I want you to be able to visualize. This is actually the technology of manifestation. I want you to visualize what it is that you want to begin and then take action towards that. That is the technology. That is the technology. Yes, I'm using the word technology of manifesting, because manifesting isn't a woo-woo situation. It actually there are real things that you can do that will manifest what it is that you're dreaming of right now. I will give you a quick example. I wanted a brick and mortar store, and I wanted it so much when I was about 5 years into my candle company. I didn't have the money yet, the cash flow yet to spend, because I was in Southern California, to spend $3,000 to $5,000 a month to rent a space, but I wanted it anyway. And so you know what I did? I started to take action towards that I drew a picture of what my ideal space would look like. I started to let and inform my whole body, my whole spirit, my subconscious that this was going to happen. I could see the sign. I could see how the shelving would be. There'd be a table. I'd be welcoming this into space. I then received, and I also did go and look with a realtor at a couple of spaces and figured out on paper it didn't really work. What would I do? And I was trying to figure out how I might make this happen. And then I got an email, and I thought the email was a joke or spam. Luckily, I paid attention to it. And the email said, we have a space in the Malibu Country Mart that we're looking for specifically what you do to be a pop-up in this space. Now, I was terrified that they would say, and it's going to be $15,000 a month. Thank you very much. For those of you that don't know, the Malibu Country Mart, it's probably one of the top places to shop in the whole planet. It is across from the Pacific Ocean. It is absolutely beautiful. It was across at the time from the Ralph Lauren store and the Oliver Peoples. And here I was with Objects with Purpose, Iante Morrow. I said yes, and I showed up, and I went on the tour, and I walked into this space that was soaring ceilings and thousands of square feet empty with this beautiful cement floor, brand new. And they said they wanted me to do a pop-up. And in the retail language, pop-up means you're there for a short amount of time. And I thought, this is unbelievable. Okay, finally, I kept saying yes. And I kept saying it because this was what I had been dreaming and envisioning. And then when it came down to the moment, I was still scared, because in the back of my mind, I'm thinking they're going to tell me it's $15,000 a month and I won't be able to do that. Even if it's $3,000 a month, I cannot do that right now. And when I finally got to the sign on the dotted line, they said, we want you to have this. We're going to start with a 90-day contract, and you're going to pay attention, $0. We're going to take 10% of your sales. I almost fell on the floor. I just hugged the woman and I said, I cannot thank you enough for this opportunity. And not only was I there for 90 days, it ended up being 18 months, and they wanted me to keep going. And that's when we actually ended up moving across the country and I closed down. This is the kind of thing that can happen. You can start something at any age, and you can start it without having what looks like all your ducks in a row on paper, everything checked off. I promise you. And like the speakers have said before me, keep people around you, please, that remind you of your power, your capability. I'm going to leave you with this too. Do not ask people for opinions. Do not ask people in your life for opinions. Seek out people like me and people like the speakers here today who have done this before, who understand what it takes, what energy it takes, what devotion to the things that you love it takes to be an entrepreneur and create a brand. And don't ask your friends from high school and your mom and your kids, okay? Don't. We love them, but this is not, if they're not entrepreneurs, they are not going to understand. Okay, please. Thank you, Belinda, for saying that. I did not keep track of the time, so I'm going to ask for help. How am I on time? Because, I want to make sure that I'm not stepping on anyone's toes, but I have a lot that I can add. Go ahead, Hannah.
Well,
where are we?
Unfortunately, it is time to do a little bit more of an energy reset, and then we're going to bring on our next extraordinary woman. So thank you, Iante, for sharing your insight and really being a part of Up Your Energy. So we've heard a lot in a very short period of time. We kicked this off at 11 on the dot. We're 55 minutes in. And so we've heard some very powerful strategies, lived experiences, and all of this is really to help elevate you mentally, physically, emotionally, and to know that you are supported. And so if you are currently watching this, please feel free to share and invite and tag, because there's so many women out there who are in dire need to elevate and up their energy. Our next guest is all about that. And she is going to talk to us today about energy alchemy, turning stress into power. And I want you to sit with that for just a minute, thinking about, how do I turn my stress into power? Well, I can tell you this. Our next woman who is going to take this virtual stage is going to show you how it's done. And you can also go back, visit the comments, ask questions, because we will have a Q&A session coming up shortly. So without further ado, please help me welcome Heather Hansen, Energy Alchemy, Turning Stress into Power. And Heather is a nervous system-led guide, award-winning speaker, best-selling author, and the creator of the Celera Method. So welcome, Heather, and thank you for joining us today.
I am so excited to be here. My heart's racing just a little bit, so I know my energy is up already. So today I'm going to actually take you guys through an interactive exercise. So first I want to know, who wants to wake up in the morning and feeling alive? And I mean really feeling alive. You wake up out of that bed and you know the day is yours. So if that is you, put an alive in the chat. And I'm going to take you through this activation. That's one of my favorite ones that I've ever done. But first, I'm going to chat just a little bit. Have you ever said to yourself, I don't have time to deal with this right now? I know that was me for a very, very long time. So you push that emotion down, you swallow it, and you promise yourself you'll take time for yourself later, but later doesn't come because there's a meeting, a responsibility, a deadline. Maybe we hope that anger or irritation that we stuff down just disappears. But instead, it gets stored within our body. And over time, those stored negative emotions quietly drain our energy. And not dramatically, and not even all at once, but layer by layer by layer, until one day you wake up tired, not because you haven't been trying, because you have. It's because you've been carrying too much for too long. And if that sounds like you, put a me in the chat. There's no judgment. We just really want to identify where we are. So here's what most women don't realize. Your body does not forget negative emotion, because just because you decided you were going to move on with your day, every unexpressed feeling, anger that you didn't speak, grief that you didn't have space to process, or resentment that you just swallowed to keep the peace, it doesn't vanish. It becomes energetic baggage. And the nervous system must work overtime to contain it. That's what creates fatigue and brain fog and that heaviness or tension, or that overreaction to something that's really small. And then maybe drives us to where we don't feel like ourselves anymore. So if you want to feel lighter and more energetic in just minutes, put some kind of an emoji into the chat, and we're going to start diving in, because this in just a few minutes, you're going to feel much differently. So just identify how you might be feeling today, or how you felt over this week. It might have felt a little bit chaotic. One thing is, you don't need to fix anything, relive anything, and you don't even need to explain anything at all. We're just going to breathe, notice, and release. So if you're driving, please pull over if you want to participate, and everybody else, get comfy in your chair. Put your feet flat on the floor, hands resting comfortably on your lap, and just allow some breath in your body. And for some of you, it may be the first time today where you've actually just sat and taken a moment just for yourself. And as you're allowing this breath through your body, close your eyes and just allow that breath through your body, allowing your body to breathe and just be. And on the next inhale, allow a breath in through the nose and then out through the mouth. Then in through the nose and out through the nose, and in through the mouth and out through the mouth, in through the mouth and out through the nose, and then in through the nose and mouth and out through the nose and mouth at the same time. And just notice which one of those breaths felt like it gave you the deepest, easiest breath. And whichever breath that was, that's the breath to utilize through the stress awareness and emotional release activation. So as you continue to allow the breath through the body, take a moment and think about your typical day. And on a scale from 1 to 10, 1 being not very much and 10 being over the top, think about how stressed you usually feel on one of your typical days. And as you're thinking about that, roughly how many hours per day are you spending in worry, irritation, or maybe just feel like you're bracing for the next moment? And as you're continuing to allow that breath through the body, just noticing without judgment, do you spend 30 minutes stressed every day? Maybe 4 hours, 10 hours, 16 hours, whatever it is, just notice it. And now bring to mind the most dominant emotion underneath that stress. And you're probably thinking there's emotions swirling all around. It could be frustration, fear, sadness, irritation, overwhelm, maybe even anger. But underneath it all, there's one dominant emotion that's hanging out there. You don't need to analyze it, just name it. And then notice, where does that emotion live in your body? Could be a tightness in your chest, heaviness in your shoulders or neck, maybe clenching in your jaw or tightening your jaw, maybe even a knot in your stomach. Continuing to allow that breath through the body, allowing that emotion to just be there without pushing it away. You don't need to amplify it, just acknowledge it. Noticing any sensations, any images, any memories that may be tied to this emotion. Now ask yourself, is there a resentment connected to this feeling towards a person, a situation, and maybe even yourself? You don't need the details, just recognize the connection exists. And as you continue to allow that breath through the body, now bring your hands in front of you, palms up, and imagine, what does this emotion look like? What does this resentment look like as you hold it in your hands? It could be an object like fire or a black ball. It could be a version of you. It could even be someone else. Just bring that image to your mind, and you're holding it in your hands. And as you see that image, ask yourself, what has this been costing me? My peace, my sleep, my joy, my energy? And also ask yourself, what would it feel like to just let it go? Allowing that breath through the body. On your next exhale, picture that emotional weight just dissolving like smoke into the air. You're not releasing the lesson, only the burden that it's been causing you. Not for anyone else, but for your own peace. And as you're allowing that breath through the body, once that image has dissipated, place one hand on your heart and the other on top. Just feeling your heart beating and feeling your breath beneath your hands. And say this out loud or to yourself. I am safe. I am supported. I'm allowed to feel. And I am releasing what no longer serves me. And as you continue to allow that breath through the body, just notice what's changed. Maybe you feel lighter or more open, calmer, more present. That's your energy returning to your body. Now taking your time and opening your eyes when you're ready, just put in the chat what you noticed is different. And here's one important thing I want you to remember. Negative emotions are not problems. We are emotional beings. We are going to feel them. We are going to feel all the emotions. And emotions are just energy in motion. When you don't have time to feel them, those negative emotions get stored in our body and we'll have to deal with them later. When you allow yourself just 90 seconds of presence every day to acknowledge what you might be holding on to, they move through. So I challenge you, instead of stuffing emotions, try this simple daily practice. Name that emotion. If it's anger, just name it. If you're frustrated, name it. Name it, feel it, breathe it, and release it. That's it. Because every time you allow negative emotions to move through your body, you're going to reclaim your energy, your clarity. You're going to reclaim yourself. And that is true energy alchemy. So thank you for allowing this moment. And I can't wait to see your comments. And I look forward to connecting.
Thank you so much, Heather. Remember what she shared. I am safe. I am supported. I'm allowed to feel what I feel. And that negative emotions are not a problem. We need to identify them. What a way to up our energy today, right? Our next guest and speaker is Amy Sanders. She's going to be talking to us today about the power of one. And Amy is a best-selling author, a master certified life coach, entrepreneur, creator of Awareness, Alignment, Abundance.
Hello, I'm so excited to be here and talk to you guys about the power of one. So thank you for this opportunity, Hannah. So good to see you. So with the power of one, I just first have a couple questions for you guys. And I want to see in the chat if this is you. Do you feel like you're doing all of the things? You're posting, you're doing all the different social media platforms, and you feel like you are not moving the needle. If that is you, comment below. Or it could even be, if this isn't business related, that you still feel like you don't have the energy. You feel like you're incapable. The truth is, you're not lazy, you're not incapable, and most women don't fail because they're distracted. They fail, or they think they fail. I don't think you're failing, but they think they're failing because they're spread too thin in too many places. But once you stop splitting your energy and once you focus on the one thing, magic happens. So that is what we're going to talk about today. And as Hannah mentioned, I've been an entrepreneur for a really long time, and I've had a lot of success, but I've had even more failures. And I definitely know what it's like to be the person who has bought all of the courses, consuming all of the information, following like the next strategy and feeling like this is not working. Like, why is this not working? Or why am I not scaling? All these things can just also trip you up energetically, which Heather just talked about. I also know what it's like to look like you're successful on the outside. Sorry, I like to talk really fast and I got to slow down a little bit, but to feel like you're successful on the outside, but on the inside, you feel like you're heavy. You feel like you're being inconsistent or you're misaligned. That was how I was for a long time. And I would see other people and I'd be like, man, it seems like they have all of the energy to do this. It seems like they always know what's going on in their business. And anyway, long story short, I decided to simplify and I came up with what I call the power of one. And what I learned was that all of these strategies that I was doing and everything that I was trying to keep up with, that wasn't the problem. I was the problem. And I had to start doing something differently. And as soon as I did, everything started clicking in the different businesses that I run and the different things that I do. And so this simple strategy I have implemented in basically all the different facets of my life. And before we get really into it, I want to just highlight McDonald's, Nike, Victoria's Secret, big brands. Big brands usually start with one thing and they get really, really good at that one thing before they expand to their other offers. And so that's what I am going to be asking you to do when you look at your business, if you're an entrepreneur. And if you're not, that's also okay. I want you to look at your life and see where you can simplify your life by using these simple strategies. So the power of one, it's super easy and it just gives you clarity. And people who've implemented the power of one have had so much success and they have less brain fog because they have more to give. So the very first thing of the power one is to pick one dream client. Stop talking to everyone out there and focus on the one person. And when you talk to her, make sure you're talking to her in the words that she would use. So no coachy language, no fluffy language. What would you say to her if you were sitting down in the same room as her and she was telling you her problems? What would she be telling you? And then you would talk to her in that same way. So that's the very first thing. The second thing is one core problem. A lot of times when we're in this industry, we want to solve all of the problems because we love to help people, right? And we see something that someone's struggling with and you're like, I can help you. However, that also gives more split energy. So if you focus on one core problem and you focus on talking from a place of what she would pay you today to fix, don't create something without actually doing the market research, knowing that there is a problem in the industry, but understanding what would she pay me to fix today? What is on her mind? When she goes to sleep, what is she thinking about? What is the thing that she is struggling with so hard that she would raise her hand and say yes to you today if you reached out and proposed your offer to her? So one core problem solved, one client. The next one is choose one marketing system. So often, and I know that I've been guilty of this as well, we go to all of the different marketing systems, right? We're posting on Instagram, we're posting on Facebook, we're posting on YouTube, we're posting on LinkedIn, and maybe we're even doing paid ads. Who knows, right? We're doing all of the things and we're not really good at each one because we're so spread thin. If you were to pick one platform, what is the marketing system that you love? And that's also important. If you are not aligned with your marketing system, energetically, things are going to fall flat for you because you will not be aligned with how you're marketing. And so when it comes to your marketing system, it doesn't have to be crazy. It doesn't have to be a lot, but it does need to be one thing and stick with it. It might be that you love organic marketing, so pick one platform and get really, really good at it before you add another. Or maybe it's you don't like organic marketing, so you stick with paid ads. That's going to cost you some money, but it's going to be something that you can count on. So one marketing system, one platform. Next one is one scalable offer. And this is important because right now, more than ever, we are so scattered, right? We are everything's alarming. Your phone's always beeping at you. Your computer's beeping at you. Instagram's calling your name. There's just so many different things where we're distracted all of the time. And within that, if you have multiple offers, and if you are saying there's this thing you can buy from me, and there's that thing, and I have this thing, and you're just consistently putting all of that confusion out there, people are going to see you and they're not going to trust you. They're going to obviously think that this is confusing. What does she even offer? So when it comes to one scalable offer, what I'm talking about is what is the one thing that you feel like you are very best at when you serve that dream client? What is the one thing? And if you do have a lot of offers, can you bring them together to be one core thing that you're always talking about? Always talking about. When you are known for the one thing, then when someone is talking about that, you're top of mind. When someone sees that, you're top of mind. Your marketing actually becomes easier because you are known for that one thing. And another thing I like to talk about around this offer, this one scalable offer, is if instead of chasing the shiny objects, which all entrepreneurs love to do, and we focused on just making our offer 1% better every single year or every single week, after 1 year, your offer would be like 52% better, which means that your offer would stand out among all of these other offers. It would just be like the choice because people know you, understand you, they trust you because you're always talking about the same thing. So one scalable offer. Number 5, which is a hard one, guys, is 1 year of commitment. Doing these 5 things for 1 year. What I see with my clients, especially new ones, is if you consistently do all of these things for 1 year, within that year, you can be hitting 6 figures with a completely new business. And I see this all the time because the first 3 months you're getting going, the second 3 months, things are really starting to move, like each quarter. And by the last, things are really moving. You have an influx of clients, things are feeling really good. So most people, bringing it back, those are the 5, bringing it back, most people don't fail because strategy doesn't work. They fail because they don't stay long enough for it to compound. So when you stay long enough for it to compound and you're focused on the one thing, you're focused on the one client, you obviously, or you will hit stronger too when they hear you because they will totally know what you're all about. It just makes things so much easier. So the women who are winning, which obviously is also Hannah, she's killing it, is the women who are not doing more, they're doing less, better, longer. She's able to shine, that woman's able to shine because she trusts herself deeply. And when she puts out a promotion, because she trusts herself deeply, those promotions land and people buy. And this is directly related to, which we don't have time for this, but this also directly relates to your nervous system safety. It relates to how deeply you trust yourself, how self-led are you, and what kind of leadership position are you being, not just for yourself, but for other people. Like all of this is combined because when you fully trust yourself and you trust the power of one, magic literally happens. So couple goals for you, or one goal for you is a couple questions to answer is, who is the one woman that you love to serve? This is also important. Not the one woman you think you should serve, but the one woman that you love to serve. She's like your dream client. If you don't know who she is, make her up. And what I want you to do is write it down. Like write down everything about her. Like how does she move? Where does she hang out? What kind of vibe is she? Like write it out. What's the one woman that you'd love to serve? What's the one problem that she needs solved now, that she knows she needs solved now? And this is important because a lot of times we try and solve stuff maybe internally that they don't even know they're aware of. And so what I like to say is teach her what she wants now, and then give her what she needs through your programs. Also, where are you leaking energy? I was a big person where I was leaking energy everywhere, doing all of the things. Where are you leaking your energy trying to do too much? Is there a way that you can simplify your life so that you're doing less? And where are you not deeply trusting yourself or your offer, and why? If you don't trust yourself, then obviously your offer is going to land flat. If you don't trust your offer, it'll also land flat because energetically behind everything, it needs to flow forward and people need to feel you behind your offer and feel you that you trust yourself enough to where they can also trust you. So power of one is super simple. It's not about restriction. Sometimes as an entrepreneur, we'll feel like it's about restriction because I'm telling you to hone in and focus, but it's about devotion. It's about being all in on the one thing that you know that you're best at, to the one woman that you know you can serve deeper than anybody else. And when you're that devoted, it totally collapses timelines. You're able to do things so much faster, which is what my clients have been able to see. So this is the type of work that I do. And I did shoot it off really fast. I don't even know where I landed with time. Hopefully I landed well. So if this sounds interesting to you, you can connect with me. But that is the power of one in a nutshell. And if you have any questions, you can drop them in the chat and I'll happily answer them.
Thank you so much, Amy. I learned so much right now just listening to you. And I just want to say a huge shout out to all of our incredible speakers. I feel so energized, and looking through the comments, I just wanted to point out that one of them that stood out to me was sometimes less is more, right? And we don't have to wrangle everything. And I think that's what Amy was pointing out the most is trusting yourself, trusting your instinct, the power of one, focusing on one thing at a time. And it really does work. So I want to take some time and go into the comments and let's see what people are saying. So far, we're seeing loved you so much. Anyone else want to share? Do less, better, longer. Yes, I love that. So as we bring on our next guest, again, this is all about energy. This one really ignites my soul. It has two of my favorite words. So we are going to have the phenomenal Sherelle Morris on, and her teaching is all about energetic economy is your breakthrough. And if anyone knows me, we talk about the women's economic system a lot. Sherelle is an entrepreneur. She is a mentor, a bridging shamanic wisdom with business strategy, creator of energetic economy, and instant zen. Hello.
Hello there, lady. Thank you for creating such a wonderful space. So, just to stay on time here, you know what's fascinating? We live in a world where we've mastered the visible 10% of everything. We have strategies, we have tactics, we have marketing, funnels, the business plans. We've got frameworks and formulas and 5-step processes everywhere. And yet, most entrepreneurs are exhausted, struggling, fighting uphill every single day. So why? We're ignoring the other 90%, the energetic economy. So let me explain what I'm talking about here because it's a little unique. Imagine an iceberg. You know how you only see about a 10% of the iceberg and it's visible above the water? The visible part is what we focus on in traditional business trainings. Your website, your social media, your sales process, all important and all necessary. But the other 90%, it's underwater, invisible, and it's massive. That's the 90% that I call the energetic economy. Allow yourself just to move back, say, 4,000 years. Yeah. Ancient wisdom traditions have understood something that modern business trainings, it's completely ignored. That training is important, but everything is energy. Your business has a frequency. Your offers broadcast a signal. You present, your presence itself creates a field. These are invisible forces. They determine success more than marketing strategies ever could. So here's what it looks like in real life. 2 entrepreneurs walk into the same networking event. Same industry, similar experiences. They both have their 30-second elevator pitch locked down, memorized. One of them gets 3 clients. The other gets polite nods and crickets. What's the difference? It's the energy behind their words. One is broadcasting, "I'm desperate, please hire me." Not the best plan. The other's broadcasting, "I am grounded in my power and I know exactly how I can help you." People don't buy you from your words. They buy you from your frequency. This is energetic economy in action. Another simple example was a client of mine, a brilliant woman, had an amazing service, killer website, but she was in a plateau and had been there for several years. She tried everything business coaches taught her and more content and add better funnels, and then there's networking, and nothing moved. I didn't touch her marketing. I didn't rewrite her website. We shifted her energetic signature. Turns out, energetically, her business was broadcasting, "I'm not ready to grow." It was like having one foot on the gas and one on the brake. And so energy allowed her to shift. We cleared that block in one session, and within about 2 weeks, she found like an amazing client, and everything moved forward. Now, I know what some of you might be thinking, that this sounds just a bit too woo-woo, and where's the proof? I've been working through this for the last 45 years as a shaman, also as someone who was planning conferences and producing conferences. And I ended up realizing that what I learned from my shamanic training was extremely important to fixing problems in a conference. My clients knew what I did, but sometimes it was my own conference. And so we did that. But recently, one of my teachers, who is wonderfully trained in an ancient practice, brought together 100 CEOs and the entire New York Police Department to work with his skills. The results? There were major breakthroughs because his work is about clearing stress in a moment. And that's what happened. These weren't hippies sitting out in a circle. These are hard-nosed business leaders and law enforcement professionals. Why did it work? Because stress, overwhelm, and energetic blocks don't care if you believe in them. They're affecting your performance whether you acknowledge it or not. And his work with a beautiful image of Mother Nature is astounding. He works in that 90%. So what gets hidden and what is invisible? Think about it like this. When you walk into a room, you can feel the energy. You know immediately if there's tension or if people are relaxed and calm. And you can sense when someone genuinely is happy to see you versus just kind of being polite. That energy literacy, you already have it. You just haven't been taught how to use it strategically. So instead of forcing strategies that feel wrong, you align with what wants to flow, what you feel within you. And instead of competing for market share, you create your own abundant reality. So instead of grinding yourself into exhaustion, you tap into forces that make everything easier. So we have ancient wisdom. We have quantum forces, energetic support, synchronicity, intuitive downloads, creative breakthroughs that arrive fully formed with the right person showing up at exactly the right time. Most people call it luck, but it's not luck. It's what happens when you align with the energetic economy within you. When you learn to work with these invisible forces instead of fighting against them, business stops being a battle and starts being a dance. And it works. Hannah can tell you about her dancing. It is powerful. You know how some entrepreneurs make success look effortless? Like something just flows from them? They're not working harder, but they're not smarter than you either. They've learned to access part or all of the 90%. And it's where some special gifts that only certain people have can step through. And those gifts are waiting for you. We all have this access to the power. We have just been conditioned to ignore it, to dismiss it, to focus only on what we see and measure and control. But when you learn to tune into frequency where clarity lives, when you align your business to potential, profit, and purpose, instead of just chasing revenue, when you clear the energetic blocks that keep you cycling in the same patterns, everything shifts. Not in years, maybe in months, and sometimes in a minute or two. It's not about abandoning the 90%. The strategy and the tactics, they're very important. It's about, however, finally accessing the 90% that actually determines whether the strategies will work or not. There is truth. It's ancient wisdom for a modern challenge. It's invisible forces creating visible results. It's accessing the power that has been there within you all along, just waiting for you to remember to use it. Do we all have magic? Yes. Most of us don't use it, however. And the energetic economy teaches you to find that switch within you. And when you do, you have access to the full 100% of your power. And this impossible becomes inevitable. Struggle transforms into flow. And success starts feeling like your natural state instead of something you have to fight every day for. The world is providing it. The universe is supporting it. The question is, are you ready to access it? Thank you. I have a gift here for you. Yes, Hannah, I talked about your dancing.
I'm like this behind the scenes, like, whoa.
So, yes, that has to be one of our nights in February 22nd.
Oh my gosh. I took so many notes. I think I loved when you said business stops being a battle. It's a dance. And so is life. Like you were you were on one today. Woo. Wow. All right. My energy is like Hannah 10.0.
Thank you,
Cheryl.
Yeah. This was just great. I'm like, okay, ladies, can we do this like monthly?
Absolutely.
That would be fun. For those of us who are not necessarily really good for getting visually out there, this rocks.
Yeah.
So
well, thank you, Cheryl, for joining us today. Ancient wisdom, modern challenges, meaning yes, ancient wisdom can help modern challenges. You just have to tap in. So thank you. Please put in the comments your favorite part so far. We are moving right along, a little bit ahead of schedule, actually. And our next extraordinary guest is Estin Alan. She is going to talk about POP, the power of your professional presence. She's an award-winning designer and confidence mentor, creator of science-based style system for professional presence. Hello, Estin. Welcome.
Hello, hello. Can you hear me okay? Check 1, 2.
Yes, we
Great.
can hear you.
Wonderful. So hello, everyone. I'm so happy to be here with you today. I am here in Los Angeles, California, and I just want to start with a question. You guys are all doing so great in the chat. It's so lovely to see all of your comments. Go ahead and drop on a scale of 1 to 10 without thinking too hard. How confident are you feeling today? A scale of 1 to 10. Okay, and while you're doing that, I'd like to introduce myself. I'm Estin Alan. I am the award-winning image consultant. If you don't know what an image consultant does, we advise people on appearances, behaviors, and communications for projecting a positive public image. So I want to start with a hardcore fact for you. And that is that according to Psychology Today, a lot of 8s, okay. According to Psychology Today, 85% of the human population suffers from low self-esteem. 85%. So if you're dropping in a 10, great, or even a 9, then congratulations, you are kind of a butterfly. You're in your butterfly era. If you are not a 9 or 10, if you're dropping in, an 8 or lower, then you could say that you're in your caterpillar era. At some point in your caterpillar era, you haven't had that transformation just yet. Just like the energy frequency that we just heard so much about. This is that powerful shift. So what I want to share with you is how to make that shift, how I made that shift, and how you can make that shift as well, even if you are already at an 8 and you want to push on further. I love to see so many 8s, you guys. This is really special. But even if you are already at an 8 or a 9, you might know someone who has a lower number, or you might feel at a lower number on another day, right? Because we don't wake up having, sunshine and rainbows every day, but there are times of life that can be dense and heavy, full of suffering, right? Our lives here on earth are going to include suffering. It's just part of the human experience, right? And suffering is so important because, it's like the one thing that separates human intelligence from artificial intelligence, right? Like God gave us suffering, and not everybody can work through their suffering, but it is possible, right? It is possible. But the first thing we have to do is, look within ourselves and realize that there is a blueprint for your own butterfly inside of you that was written when you were born, right? There's a blueprint inside of you for you to become a butterfly, your very own unique and signature butterfly. Okay, but the first thing that you can't do is like try to be like everyone else. Like you can't try to be like somebody else's butterfly. You have to be your own butterfly. And so I want to go through that process and tell you the 7 steps that I've broken it down for you today. But before I do, I just want to share with you a little bit about my story, about how I came to the point where total transformation was the only option. And I'll tell you that I left behind a very strong and successful career as a fashion designer for Fortune 500 corporations like BCBG Max Azria, Ella Moss, Adriana Goldschmidt, Tommy Bahama, and Michael Stars, and more. Like I would see my designs on billboards, on celebrities and magazines, on films and televisions, and just like random people walking by, right? It's Los Angeles, right? There's a lot of people here. And I was also a performing artist. Like I was a dancer. I trained many years in dance, and I had performed at like the Hollywood Bowl on the rotating stage. I've been in music videos. Like I had a really intense career. And then I left and I moved to the countryside in Germany. I was freshly engaged, and I put all my things on a shipping container, and I got there, and I suddenly learned that my fiance didn't want to get married anymore, and my stuff was still on a boat. And I tried to make it work, and I found out that he wasn't going to let me leave with the baby that we shared. And so I got really stuck in another continent as like a full immigrant. I didn't speak German. I couldn't communicate with people. It was like, my life is a mess. What can I do? And there wasn't a whole lot I could do at that time. So I just sort of got to work doing what I liked doing, which was designing dresses, right? And so people started buying my dresses online. I would list them for sale on Etsy. And some of these women, they were all over the world, and they would usually buy my wedding dresses, and then they would send me their wedding photos. And this was like a hugely profound shift in my life, because I got to see how my little idea went from totally abstract to this woman's like most important day of her life, or one of them, how this life-changing event changed her in my dress and how happy she looked. And so I decided that after 6 years of trying to make the relationship work and trying to figure out how I was going to get home, that I was going to pull it together, go home, back to LA where I am today, successfully with my kids, go back to school and get certified in image consulting so I could help women use their authentic personal style to fully express themselves authentically. Okay, and so I came up with this system. I went back to school. I got an award, the Annual Image Consulting Award from the Association of Image Consultants International, where I'm an active member. And, I want to say, like, I had like a major identity crisis at that point where, I was a new mom. I was living in a foreign country. I had like no one around to help me except for this like one person who had already betrayed me. And it was like 30 years old, total identity crisis. Like, you don't recognize yourself in the mirror. You can't do a whole lot, right? And that's the point where I love to find people. I love to find people when they're having this like crisis of like, I need to change. And so this is the main takeaway for today. If you don't take anything else away, and then I'm going to dive into the 7 steps. You cannot successfully be your true, authentic self if you are constantly trying to be like everyone else. Okay, you have to look within. It just doesn't happen. It's not an external event. It happens from within you. When you know that it's time for you to make big changes and put the action in it. Okay. And so the first thing you need is a vision. Okay. Now we use tools and exercises to make sure you have a clear vision with SMART goals, and you have to look at things like values and what really matters to you. What does success look like to you? And where is the light at the end of the tunnel, or has it grown really dim? It's an exercise of sheer imagination and will. Like, you can have whatever you want, right? In your imaginary vision of what success looks like. And then once you have that vision, you move on to the essentials, which is like, grooming and hygiene. It's very basic. It doesn't have anything to do with what you're wearing. And it has more to do with how you carry yourself. Are you sitting up straight? Right? It's like that story, that childhood story, The Emperor's New Clothes. If you ever have read that story or heard about it, the emperor parades in front of all of his loyal subjects, and he is not wearing any clothes, but he thinks that he is, and he carries himself with such demeanor that no one even questions that he is wearing clothes like that. Okay, confidence. Like, walk like you've got 2 men walking behind you, or 2 friends, just 2 friends walking behind you. Okay, after that, we'll go into communications, because we want to be communicating with class, right? We don't want to be rude. We don't want to use slang that can really get in the way of effective communications, or even confidence, or even a heavy accent can get in the way, right? And most of our body language, most of our communications are nonverbal. So we do look at things like body language and tone of voice. And then we have these like little phrases that we can adopt that we can use to get people to do what we want them to do, and they actually want to do it. It's really powerful and amazing. The fourth step are the codes, the unspoken codes of corporate professional etiquette. It's like, what is expected of you in the environment of a corporate professional? You don't want to fall short here. And there are not a lot of references or resources out there about how to behave in a business setting for women. There's a lot for men, but there's not a lot for women. And we face unique challenges, let's be honest. Okay, the fifth step is to unlock the correct costume and archetype for the industry and the audience that you want to work in. Like what setting is the right setting for your vision to take place, right? So if I could say this in another way, as a Costume Designers Guild member, right, I've worked on films and wardrobe them, you are in the movie of your life. You are the star, and what do you need to wear to win the Oscar? And also, if you can go to your closet and have it all be like coordinated, then it takes out a lot of the pain of not knowing what to wear or having like tons of things everywhere when you're trying to go somewhere and not wondering what looks good on you anymore. In the sixth step, we build that personal brand, but we're building it with your appearances. It's like, what are your colors? What are the colors that enhance your unique energy, that tell your mood, your story, and attract the right people? Color affects the way that we feel. It's a scientific fact. So you've got to be using it, right? You can be using it to your betterment, or you can be using it to your detriment. There are other things like fonts, moods, and even prints. Prints are so powerful. Conversational prints can actually get someone to come across a room and start up a conversation with you. Super powerful stuff, okay? And finally, we look at the leadership styles. And I don't necessarily mean like, are you more of an authority or are you more attractive, or where in the spectrum do you want to fall? But I'm talking about, what is your body type and what are the right styles and cuts for your body type? What is there in your face? And how can we use that information to create repetition, which is what the eye sees as pleasing, in the rest of your dress? As above, so below. As within, so without, right? So we want to take that code, that system, and give you your own unique blueprint for daily decision making, right? So daily decision making, you go to your closet, you get dressed, what am I going to wear? You pull out your outfit, you don't question it. Or if you go shopping and you don't know if you should get this or that, you know, because it's in your blueprint and you know it. So it's a clear, concise strategy tool that you can use to make better decisions for yourself starting immediately. And then suddenly, after a couple of months, after the process has really gelled, you'll notice that people are giving you compliments, that you look better when you look in the mirror, that you feel more yourself than ever. It's like armor. When people want to say something bad about you, you're kind of like, hey, look, this is me. This is how I'm showing up. If you don't like it, that's okay. This is who I am. And you'll know how to handle those like awkward professional situations with grace. It's so powerful, you guys. I'm so happy to share this system with you. And suddenly you'll find out that you're in your butterfly era. And that fluttering, flying, graceful ease is the power of your professional presence that you can show up with and bring to the table every time consistently. So if you're interested in pushing forward into that butterfly era, go ahead. There's going to be a link in the chat where you can go ahead and for free today only, get your personal style archetype questionnaire. And then if you fill that out, I will spend half an hour with you going over your results and answering any questions that you have. So feel free to grab that link in the chat and find out your personal archetype. Where's your style? Who are your people? Where do you identify? And what do you feel good about? So thank you again for supporting my mission in elevating the style, spirit, and sophistication of mankind. Remember that confidence leads you to success. So thank you all so much. I have a heartfelt dose of gratitude and wish you all a blessed day.
Thank you, Eston. Ooh. All right. My takeaways, I want to share these because these were nuggets that she was dropping, and definitely take advantage of her offer. Really understanding when she said 85% of the population operates on low self-confidence. And so that means maybe outwardly, it's kind of like we're faking it till we make it. And we don't want to do that, because what is inside comes out, what is out comes in, I think is how she said it. So what is our body type? Unlocking what matches us, unspoken codes, vision, communication, all of these extraordinary tips and strategies that she shared today. So thank you very much. Put in the comments your favorite nuggets from what Eston shared today and connect with her. So moving right along, as our energy continues to rise, rise, and rise, our next speaker is going to talk about when we show up, reclaiming the power through voice and podcasting. Her name is Kathy Baldwin, and she is an extraordinary podcaster, author, systems architect, creator of the Finally podcast automation system. So please give her a warm welcome. Tune in as we continue to up your energy.
Thank you, Hannah. I am so excited to be here. Before I get started, I'm going to say something pretty shocking. You were born to be human, but we are living in a world that is expecting us to perform like we are unpaid machines. That's not our fault. That is the way our systems were designed. That is the way our socioeconomic, our education. We were trained to be replaceable, duplicatable machines. And that has made us extremely sick, individually and as a society. And if we're going to be talking about how we can up our energy, we must step into that which makes us more human and hand off everything else. And we must know the difference between what is ours to do and what can be done by machines and automations. We're in a magical time right now. And it feels like chaos because our structures, our silos are breaking down. I like to think about this as the pendulum. When the pendulum swings to an extreme, it is the greatest chaos. And I believe that we are in there. Our education, our medical, our financial, our corporations, every part of our society is under massive shift. And this is our call to rise into what is the greatest part of us as humans. Now, I believe that podcasting is part of that changing shift. I believe, though, that if we are using podcasting as content generation, or as the way so many of us tend to do, which is give from our heart and share our knowledge, but not integrate it within our business systems, then we are creating the structure that is going to make us fail. It is not that there is something wrong with your voice or your message or anything to do about you. but it must be integrated properly within a system. And when you take your voice and you amplify it through podcasting, take that content of your voice and repurpose it into allowing one thing you do to create multiple effects. Now you are using the power of systems. If you are using your voice, whether it is showing up on a summit like this, doing a live, or doing podcasting, and all you are doing is creating visibility, you are just creating noise. And we live in a very, very noisy time where social media and paid ads and all these different avenues are coming at us. And so it is more important than ever that you take your voice and use it as the strategic business asset that it is. I built my business on defining what was human, what was mine, and systematizing everything else. I built it on what I call the finally feeling. Do you know the feeling you get when you use the word finally? Oh, finally. That relief. And I help women get that sense of relief into their business so they can give that sense of relief to their clients. And I do that by having a system that I call the finally feeling. It's a 7-step system, and I want to share it here with you in the hopes that you can take some of this and implement it into your business so that you can up your own energy. We are in such an incredible time and period. I'm sorry, that part gets me so excited. So before I get on my excitement bandwagon, let me share my 7 steps with you. The first one is do a friction audit. Where are you doing things that you should not be doing? Where is your energy leaking? Where are you doing manual repetitive labor work that should be done with a system or automation or AI? Do an audit, figure it out. The next thing is integrate your voice. Your voice is not content. It is an asset. And it must be respected as that asset and brought into every aspect of your life. We've been taught about funnels, but I believe in an ecosystem. And when we use our voice as an integrated part of our ecosystem, how it serves our sales cycle, how it serves our deliverables, how it serves our marketing, and how it serves our analytics and our KPIs, now we are really harnessing the power of our human voice, the power of our human creativity. Step 3 is name those systems. If you cannot name a system, all it's going to do is create exhaustion. It's what creates stress. We have recipes when we are cooking because we know that we can duplicate it and replicate it. That is exactly the same thing as naming the systems within your business. And anything that you can automate, you need to systematize it. The next thing is aligned execution. You need to be able to figure out what needs to be done now and what needs to be done by you. And everything else, you need to find a way to make it be done by a team or systems or automation. This is how we make sure that we are upping our energy in 2026, is owning what is ours and letting everything else go to somebody else who's their zone of genius. The next step is leverage. One conversation, if you treat it as a one moment in time, you are constantly recreating the same thing over and over again. If you are answering the same questions over and over again, if you are repeating in emails, if you are having to explain your system, your process, your deliverable over and over and over again, you are not using the leverage of that first conversation into a system that allows you to do it once and then let everything else happen automatically. The sixth step in my Finally framework is creating longevity. We need to build systems that are durable and not just rely on our ability to be resilient and strong. That is the old way. It doesn't work. It keeps us disempowered. We must be building everything for the long game. And the last step of my Finally feeling system, you're probably going to have some pushback. I know you will. I've heard it from so many of my clients and peers. You cannot be the bottleneck in your own business. If you think you have to be the one to do it all the time, if you think you need to keep it in your head, if you think it's your pen and paper and your notes and your Post-it notes, and you don't want to hand it over to a team or a system, you are choosing for you to be the bottleneck in your own business. If you implement those 7 steps, which if you were paying attention, you probably caught the fact that they spelled out an acronym called Finally, that will create the Finally feeling. And what does the Finally feeling feel like? Freedom. Exhale. You know that saying, waiting to exhale? You can do it when you create the Finally feeling. When you are externally supported by systems and automation rather than having to white knuckle it and hold it all together yourself, you have that feeling of being landed, of being internally safe. And this is the one thing that I feel is so important: non-fragile. We don't need to worry about how strong we are. We just need to be able to bounce back and not break when things happen. We need to not be delicate and fragile, but allow ourselves to have the challenges that we have become the data that they are, and look at it and say, does this belong to me, or can I hand it over to a system? And the last thing is grounded. When you are grounded and safe, you have the Finally feeling that I have built into every aspect of my business. And I encourage you to create the Finally feeling in your business for your clients. Imagine if the whole world was walking around with that big sigh of relief. If you are struggling with any of these areas, I have resources and tools on my website, kathybaldwin.me, and I want to be able to help you articulate where the friction is in your business so that you can create and live the Finally feeling for yourself. Thank you.
Woo! All I kept hearing is finally, It has happened to me right in front of my face, and I just cannot hide it. Woo!
I love that.
You rocked it. Rocked it. Thank you, Kathy. I love the finally feeling. It is real. She shared 7 incredible steps. So make sure you connect with Kathy and you can feel that finally feeling too, because it is one of the greatest feelings ever. So we are moving right along. I'm going to bring up my next guest. And right after her, we're going to take a short Q&A where you can ask some questions and we can get you the answers. We continue to want to encourage you to use the chat, to share this, invite other women who you feel need their energy elevated. And our next guest is absolutely going to deliver. In fact, they all have, honestly. So our next guest, she's going to talk about energy alchemy, transform exhaustion into ease with neuroscience-powered somatic rituals. Her name is Sylvia Becker Hill, and she is a certified master neuroplastician and somatic coach, creator of Neuro Creativity, and she's an international speaker. Hello, Sylvia.
Hi, gorgeous. This is so magically choreography here, what you are putting together, because my speaker before me, my sister, Kathy Baldwin, she talked about the finally feeling of being grounded and rooted and feeling free. This is what we are experiencing together here now as well. Hannah, Oliva, She Rises Studios team, this summit is rocking it. So, beloved viewer, are you ready to rise your energy again a bit? Are you ready to play a bit with neuro? Neuro stands for your beloved brain. Creativity. Today we will not paint. We will use our gorgeous soma. Soma is the ancient Greek word for our body. We will play with our brain and our body to turn exhaustion, this feeling where we just are done with the day and it's just 11 a.m. and we already want to go back to bed and pull the blanket over, or we are so worried and scared that we can hardly watch the news. Those are the daily moments where we need to learn how to use the magical powers of our brain to rewire and switch and turn on or off certain areas in our brain so that we can step fully into our power, freedom, and joy and serve the world as the leaders we are meant to be. And for my own energy management, I need to take a really deep breath because I'm so stoked up after here hours of summertime and my excitement to step onto the stage Hannah has here provided. Beloved viewer, I have prepared 3 neurosomatic rituals I use in my daily practice. The first one I call the mycelium magic. Ooh, what is the mycelium? Mycelium is literally around the globe the network of mushrooms in different layers of Mother Earth. And now new science has shown that the planet, the animals, the plants, the trees are communicating like an internet through the mycelium. So we will do one ritual where we use the mycelium magic to ground ourselves and to get into our power. Then next, we will use our velvety self-love ritual, which is one of my favorites because it's a secret one. It's something you can do on Zoom calls, when you're in boardroom meetings, when you're in a sales conversation, and you feel a bit the jitters and anxiety and nervousness. because it's something you can secretly do. I'm doing it right now and you don't know what it is, but I'm doing it and oh, it feels so yummy. And the third one, I will end with that because it's a bit of an experiment. I've never done it live, never done it in public, never done it here on my standing desk with my precious expensive iMac, which might get impacted by it. So we see. So it's a world premiere of craziness. So disclaimer 2. Disclaimer number 1. Our brain has sadly a negative simplicity bias. I say it again. Our brain has a negative simplicity bias, which means when things are utterly simple, we don't take them serious. And I say that as a German. I'm guilty of that. I believed in the past, if there is not blood and sweat and tears involved, change is not really happening. In my experience, after nearly 30 years in this business of human potential movement and change management, the most powerful things are the most easiest one. So are you willing to learn 3 utterly easy things that have the power to change your life? Disclaimer number 2. I can work here as hard as I can for you, and it will not change anything if you are not going into action, if you're not implementing. Even if I were to give you the famous magic pill, here it is. Can you imagine it? Here's the magic pill. You still have to swallow it, digest it, and let the magic unfold. So repeat after me. And this is not only for my contribution, this is for all speaker contribution here today. Information doesn't provide your transformation. Only your engagement does. Say it now personally. Repeat it after me with a deep, deep, big breath. Information doesn't provide transformation. Engagement does. And with that being said, if you are not right now driving a car or heavy machinery, I want you to stand up like me and get your body a bit moving, shake it off, shake off any stiffness. We all are sitting way too much. And when you are standing, we are going into the first ritual, mycelium magic. I use this nearly every morning. I use it as a transition ritual when I, for example, go into my home office and start my workday, or between different Zoom calls. Whenever I feel I lost my grounding, I lost the sense of peace, I lost my centeredness, then I do the mycelium magic. So you stand, feet around hip width apart, your toes slightly outward. If you don't feel dizzy, if you can balance with your eyes closed, I invite you to close your eyes. Drop with your attention a bit away from the speaker. I know you need some attention to hear my voice, but I want you with most of your attention to drop from your head down into your beautiful body, into your feet. Deep, deep, deep into your feet. And now you use the magic of your own imagination. Imagine how the feet, your feet through the soles are growing roots through the floor of the room you are in, deeper, deeper, deeper into Mother Earth. And the roots you are growing, they are connecting in the earth, in the dirt, between the roots of plants and trees, your roots. They are connecting with the network, the internet of Mother Earth, with the mycelium network. If you love, like me, the old movie #1 Avatar, you know what I'm talking about. So sense and imagine how your roots from your feet, deep, deep, deep in Mother Earth, are getting grounded and anchored and connected with the mycelium. And now when we breathe in, you breathe in the color of fresh, bright spring green like the fresh leaves when after winter the branches of trees are finally open up again and all these little knobs are unfolding the leaves of fresh green, and with every breath you take, the green sparkling energy, rejuvenating energy from Mother Earth comes through the mycelium, through your roots, through your feet, through your ankles, through your calves, knees, upper thighs, into your hip bowl, and from there up your whole body into your torso, your arms, to the tips of your fingers, and up to the top of your head, and your whole body is filled with sparkling, bright spring green leaf energy. And with every breath you take in, you get more rejuvenating energy. And now the magic is, with every breath you take out, you dump all worries, all fears, all heaviness, all self-doubt from the top of your head, from your whole body, fascia cells down through the feet, into the roots, into the mycelium network. And that's the magic, because the mycelium network is the one that takes all our yucky, toxic, negative, yucky stuff, the fears, the self-doubt, the pain, the trauma, the frustration, and metabolizes it and turns it into wonderful new seeds and new fertile humus and earth for new growth. Not only our own new growth, but for the growth of the whole world. And you can keep doing the breathing cycle, breathing in the green spring rejuvenating energy, and breathe out anything that distracts you, makes you heavy, burdens you. Open your eyes and know that if you like, you can walk your whole day wherever you go with the connection with Mother Earth through the roots of your feet. And when you lose them, then you repeat the ritual magic mycelium again. That is ritual number 1. That was our longest one. Now we go into the next one. Ready? Shake yourself. The secret one, the velvety self-love. That is, especially in times of Zoom living, where we all spend so much time online, it's so simple, much simpler than the one we just did. So imagine you're on a Zoom call. Have you ever met people you don't like, or people who say some really stupid thing and something, and you react and you get mad, you become angry, you want to respond? You need 2 fingers, thumb and index finger, and you very, very gently rub your fingertips against each other. And you put your whole attention, not visually, but internally on, I show them my fingers here in front of the camera. You can do it on Zoom, under the table. You drop with your attention into your fingertips and you allow yourself, do it right now with me. Can you sense every tiny pore at the tip of your finger? Can you allow yourself the velvetness of the touch? Oh my God, for me, that's orgasmic. Seriously, this is just, can you sense how your brain that was just agitated, frustrated, triggered, anxious, worried, angry, is just melting. Polyvagal system, anyone knows that here? Yeah, sympathetic nerve activation. You want to calm down your polyvagal system. Breathe in the sensuality of your beautiful fingertips. Boom! That was ritual number 2. And now world premiere. I know the time here is running. Let me do the crazy thing. This is not something I use every day or even every week, but sometimes, especially at events, I get triggered. There are things said on stage that are simply not true, or they are completely unscientific, which is not my thing. Yeah, I know I'm looking here crazy. I am a crazy girl, but I'm also a deeply, deeply science-loving girl. So anyway, when I feel, oh my God, I want to jump out of my skin, and I really need to shift my brain, and even my wonderful velvety self-love ritual doesn't work, I go to the nearest restroom, and because I'm here in my home office, I have to improvise because I don't have a hand washing bassinet in my home office. And let me see with the camera here. So this year I brought now a bowl. It's already filled with cold water into my office here. Beloved IMAX, stay safe. So you go into the nearest restroom. If you wear glasses, you take your glasses off. If you have makeup, sorry, I hardly never wear makeup, so I don't need to be worried. The biggest, most shocking effect for when your brain is stuck. Also, if you have an earworm, we call them in Germany, like a song you can't get out of your brain, or a memory from a traumatic situation you don't want to have constantly running. If you need a real healthy shock to shake your brain out of it, you turn on the water faucet. I mimic that here now with my bowl. You grab in your hands enough of cold water and oh, yummy. You throw cold water literally in your face. And that you believe me that I do this. I have here paper towels, the classic ones you have in public restrooms, not a beautiful towel, just to tap my face a bit. Take a few deep breaths, 2 or 3, and that's it. That is what I call the freedom snapper, because it snaps your brain with just a bit of cold water out of it, out of any funk you just have been in. Because self-management, and I'm trying here now my desk so that my iMac doesn't drown. Self-management, applied neuroscience doesn't need to be difficult. It doesn't need to be difficult, heavy, complicated 29 steps. You can have fun with it. And I tell you, I live a successful, bliss-filled life because I know how to use my brain and my soma, my beloved body. And if you want to learn more, reach out to me, Sylvia Becker-Hill. I'm the only one in the internet with that name.
I think you're the only one in existence. There's only one of you. Wow. I retain so much, Sylvia. And if our back-end production side could keep Sylvia on the screen for a second. So things that I heard: orgasmic, sensuality, velvety self-love ritual. And when you were describing the technique of, when you get on a Zoom call, something or someone upsets you and taking your fingers, I thought you were going to say subconsciously pinch them. Just kidding.
No, I'm not a mean girl.
But all of this was really extraordinary. But I think what took the cake is on the back end, which none of you can see, is one of our team said, I think she's going to put her face in water. And then it was. And so I have to ask, did you feel your energy rise?
Well, I for sure, but we need to know here from the audience. Please here, tell us yes or no.
So if the back end of the team could share some Q&A with us. We're seeing loving the group energy here today. Thank you all. Does anyone have any questions? Ooh, information doesn't provide transformation. Yes.
This is one of my most important memes for all my students. It's the engagement. We have to put ourselves into the content. And this is for all the speakers. Beloved viewer, the speakers gave you so many nuggets. It's your responsibility to engage with those.
I have to share this. She said, I actually did just splash water on my face, but I'm waiting for the orgasm. I love it. Well, I want to say thank you, Sylvia, for always, I don't know if it's mic drop, nailing it, but I know that anytime you're in the room, virtually or in person, we're in for a real chat. So with that said, we are going to go to the chat, and please submit your questions there so that we can answer them and really share and hone in on what Up Your Energy is all about. We've heard from so many extraordinary women today, from talking about the power of one from Amy Sanders. We heard about you can start a brand at any age from Eston Morrow. Ianthe Morrow. We've heard about what we really want to align ourselves with from inward to outward. Eston did talk about that. We heard from Kirsten Franklin today. We heard from Megan Dirks about big brand energy, and there was some really solid steps in there, kind of debunking what a lot of people think brand energy is. So if our team can share some of the comments so that we can, or questions so that we can acknowledge them, that would be amazing. I know we've had a lot of people tuning in from all over, which is really exciting. And this summit is all about that. It's upping your energy. It's getting in alignment. It is being a power player for yourself. And yes, I love the little rituals, very helpful. They really are. So
do you allow me to explain the word alignment, because we use it so often and sometimes people are too shy to ask what is even alignment? What does it mean? Am I allowed to explain it?
Yeah.
So whenever you, beloved viewer, pursue a goal or a dream, different parts of yourself and different parts of your life have come together. In America, there's this beautiful, funny meme, getting your ducks in a row. And getting your ducks in a row is just a different metaphor for the word bringing everything in alignment. Originally, this metaphor comes from science, from light. Because when you have a light bulb where the light goes in all directions, it's beautiful, it's gentle, but it's not very powerful. When you bring all light waves together and focus them like a light beam, you have a laser. And a laser can cut through steel. And that's alignment. When we bring everything what we are and everything that has to support us into alignment, we are the laser beam that is unstoppable, and dreams come true much faster and easier.
Agreed. I also think alignment is when you're next to something, someone, or you're about to do something, your intuition goes off, and if it feels good, your body tells you so, and if it doesn't, your body tells you so. I think that's another part of alignment. So we have Ianthe in the studio. If anyone has questions for her, we have some of the other speakers, and this is not a slowdown. This is just an opportunity to really anchor in on what we have heard so far. So if anything, drop one word in the chat of how you are feeling right now. Ooh. Someone said, seriously, with all this energy and nervous system honing, my channel is a good soundtrack to help you do that. Not providing the link here because I don't want to hijack, but lots of women plugging in, sharing insight. Ooh, someone said they feel connected. Wow. We have Kirsten Franklin in the chat as well. If anyone has any questions. Kirsten shared the becoming unf-withable. What drains your energy faster than anything else? That's a big question. Someone saying they feel satisfied. That's a good one. Someone says they feel they are vibing or vibing, feeling unstoppable.
Neurophysiologically, what drains us the energy the quickest are two emotions, fear and hate. When we get stuck in one of the two, our energy goes down.
Absolutely. Well, without further ado, again, thank you, Sylvia, for being a part of Up Your Energy. I know you definitely rocked that mic. So coming up next, we are into block 2 of today's Up Your Energy event, and we're just getting started. So are you ready for the next extraordinary, impeccable, phenomenal, fun, inspiring, wild is what I call her, Ariel Balfour? She's going to talk to us about being cashless to cash queen. She is an emotional wellness mentor, the reclamation warrior, supports high performers with somatic methods. Please help me welcome her, Hello, Ariel. I don't know if we can hear you.
You know, it would help if I pressed unmute. It's one of those days. Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for having me today. I am so excited to be here today for this Up Your Energy Summit. I went through many different topics that I wanted to talk on today, and I landed on this one because we talk a lot about money, we talk a lot about energetics, but we don't talk a lot about how the two are intertwined. So my name is Ariel Balfour. I am your emotional wellness mentor and reclamation warrior. I am the queen of dropping F-bombs and doing things differently. So if you're not ready for that, well, it's okay because I keep it nice and light here for the She Rises crew. We are going to go in nice and easy. So I want to ask this, starting with the crew, and please, the more you guys talk, the more I have to respond to. So like, let's dive into this. What if the reason you don't have the money that you want isn't because you don't know how to get it, but because there's some part of you that doesn't feel safe holding it? And I want you guys to really think about that. And while I start talking, I want you guys to start dropping into the chat. Do you feel safe holding money? Does money feel like it repels and runs away from you, or does it feel like it's deliciously attracted to you? Right? And I want you to be honest with yourself. How do your sales feel in your business? How does money feel in your personal finances? Because this isn't just your average money story. This is a nervous system and identity story. You know, I didn't just become a cash queen just because of better strategies, though my cash mentor, Lou Clark, gave me some of the best gold nuggets I've ever had for strategies that keep me afloat and always making more. But I became a cash queen because I stopped operating from the traumatized version of myself. And so, like, what does that mean, right? Let's think back to a moment in your life where you had no money, and the pain that you felt with no money wasn't actually that it wasn't there for you, but you felt shame. You felt survival mode. You know, you felt panicked and like you had no other options in front of you. This was me not too long ago. When my business ended up taking a really big hit due to personal household reasons, losing an entire block of clients due to losing daycare, my entire world shattered around me. But what I didn't realize was that the reason I couldn't actually get out of that hole that had happened was not because I didn't know what I was doing, not because what I offered was no longer good or viable or, you know, fitting the algorithm, but it was that I was operating from the scared little girl whose family had to negotiate what they were going to eat to make sure that we had enough food to make it through the week. And that little girl inside of me was panicked that losing this amount of income out of nowhere meant that somehow I was in danger. And we don't realize how many times these stories are playing in the back of our mind on a subconscious, unconscious level. Here I thought I had a money problem, but it turned out that I actually had a capacity problem. And that's when I reached out to like my mentor. I was like, what's going on? Because this is something I deal with. And she's like, do what you do best, Ariel. Get to the root of the problem. And that's when I found that little girl inside of me who was terrified, who remembers a time when 3 meals a day wasn't always an option. The little girl in me that remembers, are we going to have an ice cream treat today? Or are we going to maybe have a can of soup so we can, you know, actually have a full meal with what we're doing? It's one of those things where it's so ingrained in you that you stop looking at the root issue and you get lost in the internal panic and survival and the shame around that. I felt and carried the great shame that my parents felt as they struggled to provide for us. And that story wasn't mine to carry, but I didn't know that. Most people think that when we feel or are cashless, that means that we're bad with money. But cashless is a state that the nervous system is in. And when you're cashless, this actually translates into you are in a fight, flight, freeze, fawn, faint mode. You're making decisions from fear, not from power. You're undercharging and over delivering and calling it gifting to your clients, when really it's you undervaluing yourself and abandoning who you are out of fear. It's attracting the misaligned clients because you're desperate to get the sale. It's trying to show your worth through perfection and progress and performance rather than sitting in your aligned authority. It's your performance that is dictating your success. And if you don't feel you're performing for everyone, somehow that means you're not successful. And in turn, that means you're hustling rather than holding the energy. And rather than providing for your clients, you are literally abandoning yourself and in turn abandoning them. I wasn't broke because I lack talent. I'm really good at what I do, if I could toot my own horn here. Toot. I was broke because my system did not feel safe holding success in a moment of crisis. Let that sink in for just a moment. Have you ever experienced that, where your sales dip, where your business hits a roadblock, and all of a sudden that inner panic takes over? It's not because you are good at what you do. It's not because what you're offering isn't the right price point or you're not delivering enough. It is because your nervous system is setting the tone for everything. So this talk isn't about like the funnels I used. It's not a shame talk about I posted more, so why can't you? This came down to regulating my nervous system. It came down to healing the identity wounds that were attached to money. It came to releasing the trauma loops and the trauma that had been passed down through my lineage. It came down to stopping the self-sabotage before it even kicked in and expanding my capacity to receive without shame or guilt. And in fact, you guys, right now, because this is the life I live, as I'm waiting in the back room for this amazing summit to start, I had my phone go off with 2 sales with 0 effort, because I just am here. I just am a part of the energy of who I am, without shame, without guilt, without expectation for people to show up, and without performative expectations. My lovely ladies in this group, they all look so beautiful, so well put together, and then I come on here as a tomboy because this is who I am. My bank account reflects the nervous system beliefs that I hold. And so when I try to force who I am not, my bank account reflects that, and it is not safe, and therefore it does not produce. When I show up authentically, everything else happens in flow. So let's talk about what a cash queen is. And a cash queen is not flashy sales. It is not being obsessed with your numbers. It is not grinding 24/7, because nobody wants to do that. This is not avoiding your bank account and your books, which is the biggest thing that Lou Clark ever taught me, was stop avoiding your money and face it head on. The more you love your money, the more she loves you. And not spending more time trying to look richer than you truly are, or lying about your numbers. People are starting to wake up and see the inauthenticity that's out there. Begin to show who you are fully without shame or guilt, and watch what happens. Watch how everything starts to just flow to you. A cash queen is someone who can hold big money without panicking. She is someone that doesn't collapse when things wobble. She dates her money weekly. Oh yeah, I put on a nice silk robe. I get ready. I get into my books and I talk nasty to her because I'm like, look at you bad bitch. Sorry, had to say it. But there she is. She looks beautiful today. And I talk to my money and she loves me back. And she flows with ease. I make decisions from power, not fear. And I don't abandon myself in order to succeed. If something is not in alignment with me, the answer is no. So I lead from regulation, not reactivity. And there are so many coaches, mentors, healers out there who say that they're healed, who are leading from a state of reactivity versus regulation. And trust me, if you tune in, you will start to see the difference. But above all else, I lead from the power of my no, because that is the most powerful word you will ever have in your vocabulary. Cash clean energy is regulated, embodied, and unavailable for self-abandonment. So the 3 shifts that I made, I'll go through those really quickly, is that I went from survival to safety. I stopped operating like my life was on fire all the time, and I started to tune in and trust myself because I knew that I knew the answer. Even though subconsciously I kept panicking and telling myself I didn't, I had to just sit back and go, what is it that I'm missing? What is it that I need to know? And inevitably, all I heard was rest and trust. That didn't mean I didn't make moves. It just meant that if I sat here in a state of dysregulation, nothing was going to flow with ease. So I had to learn to trust and rest easy into who I was and know that everything would come with ease as soon as I became less of a crazy person. Let's just put it that way. The second shift that I made was I went from proving myself to being myself. I stopped trying to show up in anything that wasn't me. If this didn't align with my energy, it was a hard no. I no longer over-explained myself. I no longer over-delivered just to earn my clients' love. And I didn't shape me to fit what everybody else wanted me to be. Instead, I led as myself, as I am right here, right now. Because the more I tried to prove myself, the less money I made. The more I became myself, the more the universe trusted me to hold the money itself. I am powerful. I just needed to know and believe it in my soul without feeling like I had to prove it to anybody else. The third shift that I did was I went from force to capacity, which is a big one because as women, we are taught to push and to push beyond everything that we are capable of and just push a little bit further. But in all honesty, I didn't want to push for more. It felt exhausting. So I expanded my ability to hold more. Through the modalities that I use, that I have available to all of my clients, I intertwine them into my daily life to create emotional capacity, daily regulation. I went into subconscious work and trauma release. You don't get rich by forcing more stuff into your schedule. You get rich by becoming someone who can hold more without breaking. And trust me when I say the world is waiting for you to break, and it is time to show them just how wrong they are. Because I always say I'm uneffable. And that was gonna be my talk. And then I saw another lovely lady had that talk, and I was like, yes, I'm here for it. 3 ways you can tap into this today to start getting to the root of your money trauma and then come see me so we can break that cycle is when you are beginning to feel that panic. I want you to ask yourself, when did I first feel or see this emotion? And continue to go back as far as you can. Was it when you were 10? Was it when you were 5? For me, my earliest memory goes back to when I was 3. Whose story is it that you are living? Is it yours or your parents? Was it something you observed or something you experienced? And do you believe it to be true? Whatever this story is that's running through your mind, do you actually believe it to be true? And then from there, what is going to be the new story instead? And pull 1 to 3 affirmations from that and say those 3 times, each time, 3 times a day, and watch your life begin to shift as you begin to walk away and break free of those old cycles. Most of you are probably thinking, well, why is this working for others but not for me? The answer to that is if money keeps slipping through your fingers, if you are working harder and not getting to where you want, it's not because you're incapable. It's because some part of you still believes that it's not safe to have more. Becoming a cash queen isn't about chasing the money. It's about becoming the version of you who doesn't have to chase anymore. So I want you guys to take a deep breath in with me here. And I want you to listen to this last closing phrase I have for you. You do not need another plan. You do not need another strategy. You need to stop running your business from survival mode. Money will not change just because you change tactics. It changes when you stop abandoning yourself. So I'm going to leave you with this question, and please feel free to answer in the chat. Who would you have to become today to actually hold the level of money you say you want to have? Thank you so much, you guys, for today. This has been amazing. You guys can find me on my website, www.thearielbalfour.com, or on Instagram. I have a ton of freebies coming your way, and I hope you guys took away from this as much as I gained from it.
Woo! Thank you, Ariel. And you will also be able to hear her, see her, connect with her in person live at Empower Her Content Day, February 22nd, 2026, which is just around the corner. I have to say, I love the fact that she shared from force to capacity. And she asked a really solid question. Who do I have to be? And the first thought that came to my mind is myself. We don't have to pretend to be someone else in order to scale. And there were so many nuggets. So I hope that you all enjoyed. Connect with her. And if you have any questions, any comments, please put them into the chat. So, are we ready for our next extraordinary, phenomenal woman to make her way to the virtual stage for Up Your Energy? Her name is Lita Johnson, and her talk today is all about the energy effect and why goals give you life. Lita is a health and wellness strategist who helps clients build sustainable change through education and coaching. Hello, Lita.
Hi. So, oh my gosh, after listening to Sylvia, I felt like I wanted to tear my clothes off, my shoes off, and go run in the snow. Naked, although it might be terrifying because my neighbors would see me. So I love the energy in the room. I'm going to bring it back to the basics a little bit and talk about why goals are important to us and how it creates and sustains energy. So most people think of energy as something you either have or you don't. But the truth is that most people that don't want to hear it is that your energy isn't gone. It's just being spent in places that you don't realize. You always have it with you. So when I talk about energy, what does it really mean? Where does it come from? How is it sustained? And probably more importantly is how is it taken away? And when I ask people where energy comes from, I get answers, of course, like food, exercise, or maybe as an afterthought, sleep. And yeah, sleep is a big one. I know for myself that if I don't sleep well, I wake up crabby and I just feel like the rest of the day just spirals downhill. I don't know if anybody else feels that way when they don't get sleep. So, yes, food, exercise, sleep, they matter, but they're not the whole picture. Energy is not just physical, it's actually more mental, emotional, and behavioral. And it comes down to one thing that I'm going to talk about in just a moment. But first, we're going to do a little exercise, and I'd love for everyone to participate. Take a moment, maybe close your eyes, inhale. Think about a time when you felt tired, unmotivated, or drained, even though you were eating well, even though you may have been moving your body, and even though you were getting enough sleep. Maybe you felt tired and drained because of work or a relationship is in turmoil, or maybe feeling overwhelmed or unmotivated or unable to focus. So type a few words into the chat that you would use to describe what drains your energy. Now, as we write into the chat what drains our energy, let's think about a time when your energy all of a sudden started flowing again. What changed? Did something inspire you? What were you thinking in that moment? Now, type a few words into the chat that summarizes what created the energy for you. So, when you look at what drains it and what creates it, you have an idea for yourself of how the energy flows through you. So, how do I define energy? Is energy is our ability to show up and engage with life consistently. It's your ability to think without ever feeling heavy, to move without forcing yourself, to respond instead of react, to show up mentally, emotionally, and physically. In other words, to be present and engaged in the moment of the day. So when you have energy, life feels manageable, dreams feel attainable. And when energy is low, even the small things feel overwhelming. So when I hear people say, and I've said it to myself, I have no energy, what they're really saying is I'm overloaded, I'm misaligned, or I'm emotionally exhausted. So what's that one thing running? I'm trying to read the chat too, which is working. So what's the one thread running through all of this? It comes down to clarity, because clarity does more than organize your day. It restores your energy. Clarity is powerful because it reduces the mental noise and the distractions. Who has FOMO or fear of missing out? Who says yes to everything because they're afraid they're going to miss something, right? So clarity um, restores the energy. It keeps you focused. It reduces the mental noise and distractions, and it creates alignment. And it tells your nervous system, I'm doing I know where I'm going. I'm doing what I need to do. And when you know where you're going, you stop leaking energy in every direction and you begin protecting your energy. And when you know your purpose, you become intentional about where you spend your time and therefore where your energy goes. And that clarity, more than food, fitness, or sleep, brings in the more powerful mental, emotional, and behavioral aspect of energy. That's how energy is sustained. So clarity is guiding your decisions and is saying yes to where your energy is going. And what I'm talking about here is your priorities, right? Your goals. It's hard to know your goals or your priorities without sitting down and doing some work on them. And we often think of SMART goals, process goals, mastery goals. Um, but when I talk about goals in general right now, I want to be clear about one thing. I'm talking about your goals, not what other people are doing or you're doing for everyone else, and certainly not what you think you should want or what you think you should be doing, right? What other people are saying you should be doing this or wanting that, but what actually really matters to you and what matters into your heart. So goal setting is it's sort of the crux of my business. A lot of people come to me with the goal of losing weight or with the goal of reducing their diabetic numbers or a specific goal. I'm going to, and those are means goals. So I'm going to talk about means goals versus defining an end goal. And I didn't always know the difference of a means goal versus an end goal. And when I researched it and studied it and started practicing it, fundamentally changed the way I approach goal setting. So here's a simple way to think about it. A means goal is the how. It answers the question, what do I do to support the end goal or the outcome that I want? So means goals are tools and they're not the destination. For example, if somebody comes to me with the goal of I want to lose weight, the means goals could be I'll eat a balanced meal or I'll walk daily or I'll stick to my nightly routine if they're not getting enough sleep. So means goals are the tasks that support the energy, but they don't define your purpose, right? The end goal is the why. It answers the question, how do I ultimately want to live my life? These end goals are about identity, your purpose, your life quality, and not tasks. So, for example, one of my goals is I'm an avid triathlete, and I exercise is just part of my daily, mode of operation. But my goal is I'm strong and fit enough to play with my friends when they want to do other adventures or to travel. So my vision of myself is that I'm always fit enough to get into, as I say, any shenanigans my friends want me to get into. Or maybe your end goal is I'm in a career that aligns with my values and enables me to be there for my family. So it's the end goal, the why, that gives you clarity. Everything else supports that clarity of purpose. So I'm curious to know whether or not you have been focusing more with your goals on what you do rather than why you're doing it. So if you want to tell me a little bit about your goal setting process and what kind of goals are important to you, then just share that in the chat. So knowing the goals that you have, and if you're moving towards um, why you're doing it versus what you're doing, that awareness alone is a powerful place to start. So when you're feeling exhausted, it's not usually because you're doing something wrong, it's because you're doing a lot, right? We're all crazy busy doing a lot of things, but we're not connected to the why we're doing it. So we're checking the boxes, we're showing up. I know checking the boxes. I have a calendar. I'm a checklist kind of gal, and I'll actually add things to my checklist just to cross them off because that gives me a sense of I'm getting things done. But somewhere along the way, the purpose is getting lost. And when that happens, even the good habits start to feel heavy, not because they're bad, but because they're no longer connected to what matters. So when your energy dips, and it will for sure, you may be asking yourself, well, what the heck is wrong with me? Like, where did my energy go? I'm so unmotivated. What's wrong with me today? But if we reframe that and ask yourself, or I ask myself, what am I working toward? Like, what is my end goal? That resets me, and that alone brings me energy. So that's how I kind of get out of that funk of, just being in a doldrum at the moment or for some period of time is I'm like, well, what is my end goal? What am I striving towards? That's why clarity isn't about pressure, it's about permission. Clarity gives you the permission to say no. It gives you the permission to go slower when needed. It gives you the permission to spend your energy where it actually matters. So it's really about saying yes and to what matters to you and no to the things that are pulling your energy into a direction that isn't your focus rather. So type in the chat. I'm curious, have you all looked at your goals in terms of a life vision or of an end goal? And do you write them down? So are they up here or are they written down where you can actually see them? Ah, someone else is working on their end goals. Awesome. So when your end goal is clear and your means goals are doable, your focus returns to the why you're deciding to do what you're doing. And energy stops becoming something you chase and it becomes something you protect, replenish, and sustain. And when energy is low, I don't ask people to try harder. I don't ask my clients to try harder. I ask them to reconnect to their end goal, the reason they started. And interestingly enough, they come to me, and when they set a goal, it's sort of the why. I want to lose 10 pounds. Why? I want to do it because I want to feel better. Why? So you need to drill down on that goal to kind of to get to that point where you're like, okay, this is my why. So remember, you don't need to become a new person to have more energy. You just need to stop abandoning yourself, because energy isn't about doing more. It's about aligning better. As Sylvia said, it's like putting your ducks in a row. It's the purpose, your purpose restores energy. So I may be ahead of schedule. So thank you all for showing up and being willing to check in with yourself. And if this resonated with you, certainly let me know in the chat. And I'd love to hear your thoughts about why your goals give you energy. You can find all my details on my website, dreaminitdoingit.com. And you can also sign up for my weekly newsletter for the free goal setting workbook that I have. So cheers to having an abundance of energy. Thank you all.
Thank you, Lita. What an amazing experience you just shared. My takeaways were the difference between means and ends, meaning what, and you explained this so eloquently, and what drains and fills our energy. So for those of you watching live, please put in the comments. It helps your subconscious know, right? When we put it out, when we dump it out, we actually learn something from that. So thank you, Lita, for sharing the energy effect, why goals give you life. So our next extraordinary speaker, her name is Julia, and she is here to talk to us about how to attract your true soul tribe online. And Julia is the founder of Magical Marketing Company. She helps soul-led entrepreneurs clarify message, attract aligned clients.
Yeah, thanks, Hannah. I've been like really getting into the She Rises, so it's good to meet you finally. So I'm wondering how many people here have one of these experiences. For instance, one experience is listening to what marketers suggest that you do and feeling like there's just no way I'm going to be able to do that. I can't do that. Or maybe it's a specific thing, like marketers and business advisors tell you you have to select a tiny niche and fit yourself into that niche. Or here's another one where you have to, and this one I was just told a couple of weeks ago, you can only just offer one thing and that's it. It doesn't matter how wildly creative you are, how many solutions you actually have for the world, for your clients. You should just focus on the one thing. And I'll tell you, I've had all these, or here's another one. I forgot this one. How about this? You shouldn't say that. So like, let's say in the middle of the night, you got guidance to talk about something, or you've been having this guidance for a long time. You should say something crazy like magical marketing. That's one of the ones that I'm the magical marketer. And then you're told by your high cost coach that you can't say that. You can't say that. I have heard that so many times. You shouldn't say that. Don't say that for sure. Don't tell them you do that. This is especially true of people who are psychics and or distance healers or something. Don't tell them you're a distance healer.
if you had that kind of experience with marketing, I hope that you're going to like what I talk about today, because none of those things ever worked for me, but I've been doing marketing. I mean, I went to school back in the 80s. So I went to Manhattan, started my career as a graphic designer on Madison Avenue, and then left Manhattan at the young age of 25 and said never again, because I learned that traditional marketing was about brainwashing, hyping, and lying to people. And I couldn't do it. I just couldn't. I was like, I'm never doing it again. But what I realized is when you have a talent and a purpose, you can't not do it. Um, you just have to do it for the right people. It took me a long time because no one was guiding me. And when I mean a long time, I think it's literally taken me 40 years to figure the whole thing out. Though I have been, I did get it in pieces and bits. But back when I started doing online marketing in the late 90s, we didn't have internet marketing advisors, and maybe that was a good thing. None of the corporate types who are everywhere now were out there saying you have to do this, you have to do that. They weren't even in the online sphere yet. They were avoiding it. And so we had to do the technique called throw spaghetti against the wall and see what sticks. I remember the first online tool I ever used to attract clients was Craigslist. I mean, it still exists. Probably haven't used Craigslist in 20 years, but Craigslist, I attracted, at least six figures from Craigslist in the late 90s. And certainly that was good. I also started doing websites in the late 90s. I started designing and producing websites, first my own and then for clients. And I found that I naturally started attracting people who were aligned with me. What luck. Now, once in a while, I attracted people who were not like me. Okay. I remember I had a whole slew of people who were dentists, male dentists. I don't know why that was, but it was probably to show me what not to do, because I was trained in how to do graphic design and mostly graphic design and branding for anyone. So I could do it. I did a great job for them, but it wasn't fulfilling to me. I noticed the people that I was most fulfilled in serving were people who were, well, let's say like the feminist astrologer that I did a website for back in 97. She called her business Her Star. So feminist astrology. And she talked about how the feminists don't like the astrologers and the astrologers don't like the feminists. And I really related to that, because I've always been told, like, you're just a little too like this and that, or I've even been called scattered before. Because I'm actually a new Renaissance woman. And over the years, what I've realized is I'm serving Renaissance women. That's really who it is. Many times I've gotten calls from healers saying, I have this modality, that modality, the other modality. Do I need 3 separate websites? I'm an astrologer, plus I do Reiki, and I do human design. Do I have to have 3 separate platforms? And at first, I didn't have that concept of that, well, you're a Renaissance woman. No, we'll do something different. But I thought, let's work together and figure out what is what I now call your unifying principle. And, I want to tell you that the art of attracting perfect customers or your soul tribe online, it's really about figuring out what you're all about and expressing that. It's not about the offer. One of the biggest mistakes that I see is people with multiple modalities just trying to explain all their different modalities. You know, I had a client one time who she said she literally saw their eyes glaze over when she was at an agape lunch and somebody said, "Hey, what do you do?" And she started explaining all of her modalities. And I said, well, that's, you know, that's what I say is going to happen. Their eyes will glaze over if you start talking to them about your modalities, because that is not what they want to hear. They want to hear a couple of things. One is who you are at the core. And the other is what you can do for them. What are the results that you can produce for them? And it's not about the specific program you've got either. It's really a matter of, can you express who you are? One of the earliest things I noticed in the online sphere, and this is probably 10 years in, so, but we're talking about, you know, a 30-year history or so, when Twitter came out. And Twitter let me attract people based on words. Specific words that I could search. And I had a little tool that back then let me follow people automatically. I was following them based on that they used the words law of attraction in their profile. If they were a law of attraction person, I knew that I was going to be aligned with them, and that they were going to probably be having a hard time finding, you know, help with their website or marketing or whatever it was, copywriting that I was doing. I was doing a lot of visual, what I call vibrational visuals. And certainly somebody who's like a law of attraction person is absolutely going to be aligned with it. And I got 40,000 followers on Twitter this way. And people started contacting me also from the internet, from my website. And they said, you use that word magical. And that's why I decided to connect with you. And I was like, what? You did? Like, I'm so glad I came up with that word, because that's remarkable. So really the key, I feel, is in discovering who you really are and sharing that with the world. Discover the words that represent your soul and share those words with the world, and you will attract people who are aligned with you. I actually have a free gift. I'm going to put a link in the chat, and it's called the Soul Tribe Attraction Playbook. I don't think I can do that. Well, you can get it on my website, magical-marketing.com as well. And that'll help you align with your own soul and start attracting people who are also equally aligned with you.
Thank you, Julia. So we're going to continue moving on. One of the biggest things I heard her say is, say what you want and do what sets your soul on fire. In other words, don't let people put you in a box or tell you what your niche is. Our next incredible speaker is going to talk to us about the path to belonging with astrocartography. And this is a tongue twister of a word. She is an astrocartographer and energetic therapist, helping people find belonging through energetic geography. Please help me welcome Annabelle Van Westrop.
Thank you, Hannah. Thank you so much. I'm super excited to be here. And yes, it is a tongue twister. It takes some time. astrocartography, locational astrology. We are going to get all into that. So yeah, like I said, very excited to be here alongside all these powerful women. Someone put in the chat how every input, every teacher kind of strengthens the next, which is really true. And I very much agree with that. So I'm saying good evening from Portugal, other side of the world. And I want to start today off by asking you a question. Do you ever wonder if you're still living in the right place? None of the dramatic, pack your bags, run out the door kind of way, but in a quiet thought that creeps in. Your life might look really good on paper, but somehow it feels heavier than it should. You might be putting in all the effort, but not be seeing the results that you're looking for. Now, what if this isn't your imagination or you failing? What if this isn't what you're doing, doesn't have anything to do with what you're doing at all, but about where you are? These days, modern life gives us an infinite amount of choices about everything, and therefore a constant overwhelm. We are continuously trying to optimize our life, our work, our health, our love life. But rarely do we question where we're doing all this. You might have the complete right strategy, but if you're in the wrong place, you're going to burn twice the energy that's needed. If this is you, you might be thinking right now, how do I know my home is the issue? And if so, where do I even begin? Imagine a world map that shows you how different places make you feel. Finally putting your experiences and your feelings into words. Astrocartography is a practical tool that explains exactly why places feel supportive and why others don't. And the beauty of it is that it is completely unique to you. Once again, my name is Annabelle. I am a professional astrocartographer, and I specialize in helping people find belonging within themselves and the world. Now, astrocartography is not going to tell you what will happen in places around the world. However, it does show you where you can step best into your power. So by reading your map together, we can find you guidance on where to move. We can find places for you where you can truly thrive. And also, we can understand the energies and the effects of your home so that you can start working with those energies instead of against them. So I'd like to invite you to think of a place that makes you smile. It can be a place that you visited before, or maybe a place that's on your bucket list for a long time. And as this place comes to mind, how does that feel? How does that make you feel in your body? Now I'd like to, and I love that people are sharing this in the chat as well. Please feel free to drop it right in. Now I'd like to think of a place where everything was a little bit harder. Maybe something difficult happened to you, or maybe it's just a sense of, I don't like it here. Maybe you planned a holiday and you were like, nah, this isn't it. Now, when you think of this place, how does that make you feel? These feelings and experiences we so clearly feel shows how we experience astrocartography every single day. And by looking at your map, we start to get a language for these feelings. And as well, it gives you the confidence to take your next steps. So let me give you a real life example. Before I even knew astrocartography existed, I used to be an athlete and a professional kiteboarder. I traveled full time from competitions to shoots to media events. And as I did, I started to notice something strange. Some places flowed, and other, like I would feel confident, opportunities would come my way, my performance was really good, whilst other places, it just didn't. I worked harder and I seemed to get less. Now, one of the places that truly stood out for me was Turkey. Turkey unexpectedly brought me the biggest visibility of my career. One day, I was flown in for what I thought was going to be a very small job, and I ended up becoming the main face of a global airline campaign. It showed on screens all around the world, including Times Square, New York. I also went to Turkey for competitions. And there was one particular event where I made it to the final and I was struggling. I was crashing trick after trick. But in the very last seconds on the buzzer, I landed the one trick that I needed. It wasn't pretty, but it counted. And it was that trick that landed me on the podium instead of standing beside it. Years later, when I did find out about astrocartography and I looked at my map, I started to understand why. Directly through the country of Turkey is a sun line. And sun lines are known to bring visibility, confidence, leadership, and the ability to be seen for who you are and what you do. So I didn't become better in Turkey, but the energy there allowed me to step into my power. Here's another example. I had a free discovery call with a client recently. And as we started to chat, I immediately noticed she was smart, she was in a big transition, and she was completely stuck. She knew deep down that it was time for her to move, but her head kept arguing with her. This is where my family is. This is where I grew up. Who am I to leave? When we started looking into our map, it became very clear very soon. The place where she had been living for the last 15 years wasn't wrong, but it was finished. It was a place of learning and of lessons coming on her path, but it wasn't to stay. So, as I started to share some of the places I had found for her on her map, I saw her face change. She started to smile without realizing. I saw her grow in her seat. Every place that I mentioned, she already knew. They were places she loved, places that were on her bucket list, places she could really see herself building a future. So by the end of the reading, she realized she had been stuck in her comfort zone. And by looking at her map, it gave her permission to start trusting her intuition. One place really stood out for her, and she immediately planned to go for 1 month while she was still trying to figure out her next steps. And as of today, she is still there and she is absolutely thriving. So, when I say that I specialize in helping people find belonging, it isn't about finding you a comfort zone and sticking with it. Sometimes it's about finding a place where your nervous system can finally exhale. And when we live in a place that supports us, our health starts to get better. We feel energized, our relationships flow, our careers can start to grow. Yet, when we're in a place that challenges us, the opposite becomes true. Now, I'm not saying you need to move tomorrow, but just ask yourself, where does life feel a little bit easier? For that very reason, I personally moved to Portugal recently. I have been traveling for the past 3 years and trying different places to live and see what could potentially be my home. And these days, I am actively, obviously, using my own map to plan my next move, as well as to time all my travels around that. I visited Portugal for the first time quite a few years ago, before I knew about astrocartography. And I remember driving through the country and saying to myself, I could live here. So now, obviously, when I looked at my map as well, I saw that same story. The lines for me here on my map show a life of ease. Since I'm here, I have more abundant community around me than I've ever had before. So I decided to move here, and I'm now settled here for a little while, based in a place that truly gives me the nourishment to give myself a good base, and from there, build everything else. In closing, we like to blame ourselves, unfortunately, because we're taught to be better. We have to change our mindset. We have to fix our strategy. We have to be more productive. But sometimes the most powerful change isn't to do more, but it's standing in the right place. A place that allows you to be your very best self. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, feel free to drop them in. I loved seeing in the chat how people were sharing some of their places. And I know we all recognize this feeling.
Thank you, Annabelle. Now I understand what the tongue twister means. I think for me, one of my high frequency places is New York City and definitely the beach. So, what did we learn? Find out where we really thrive and belong. So, as we move forward into our next incredible speaker, she is going to talk to us about brain belief breakthrough, how neuroscience and faith ignite each other. Her name is Catherine Traff. She is the unstuck strategist, neuroscience veteran, creator of Revive, Method Brain, and Health Mentor. So please welcome her, and let's fill these comments up with questions and perspectives. Hello, Catherine.
Hello, Hannah. I'm having a blast today. I've been on since the beginning, and I want to thank you so much for creating this amazing container for all of us to share our wisdom. I just want to acknowledge Sylvia. How much fun did you guys have with Sylvia and her neurosomatics? I'm like, wow, Sylvia's a tough act to follow because I'm going to talk to you about your brain as well. As Hannah said, I'm Catherine Traff. I spent 20 plus years in a career in neuroscience, and it was my privilege to work primarily with neurosurgeons in the operating room, doing very rarefied and specialized brain procedures. I ran sophisticated imaging equipment and computer equipment to help the surgeons best map out how best to approach these very difficult surgeries. And as exciting and wonderful as that world was, I reached the point, I didn't know what to call it at the time. I call it now, I call it capacity fatigue. And as much as I love that work, I couldn't do it anymore. And I didn't know what I was going to do next. Well, that's too long of a story for this short time frame to share with you now. But what I can tell you is that work that was incredibly rewarding, and I knew the purpose of what I did every day. I knew the purpose of how I had helped that patient that day. The work that I'm doing now as a coach is the most rewarding work of my life. And I'm going to tell you why. I get to work with the most incredible women who are very highly placed. They're driven professionals who are at a place where they're working in very high stakes environments, and they're at a place of that same capacity fatigue that I just described to you. And they think when they come to me that they have an energy problem, right? And the first thing I teach them in the world of Catherine Traff coaching is the problem is never the problem, right? We think we need more energy so that we can go out and do more, right? Or we need to do less things, we need a better system, we need better strategy, and then we'll have the energy to keep up, right? If I just be more efficient, etc. And what I share with them is the thing that really is the key here is to start understanding your brain and your nervous system, right? How many of you know you have two parts of your nervous system, right? And your brain is the master switch that runs it all. So one of the places that I like to share with them that they can start is, let me explain to you a little bit about your two sides of your nervous system. It's broken down into your parasympathetic system. I like to call that powerful because parasympathetic is a lot of words to say, right? A lot of syllables. And then it's your sympathetic side of your nervous system. We can think of that as our primal side or our fight or flight side. So we have the ability in microseconds to move back and forth in our nervous system simply by the thoughts that are happening in our mind at any given time, right? So what I share with clients is when you are in the middle, you're in this high stakes environment like I was in the operating room, the patient's on the table, something's going wrong, right? You're going to move into that very primal side of your nervous system, right? And in the moment, it might serve you well. And what I teach my clients is this world that we're navigating through right now is it teaches us that we need to be in this side of our nervous system at all times, because this side of our nervous system does not know the difference when it's perceiving threats. It does not know the difference between what a real physical threat is or what a perceived threat is, right? And we end up in our lives, especially in these high stakes environments, we live too much in this side, this primal side of our nervous system, and we don't live enough in the powerful side. So one of the techniques that I do with them when they come to me so that they can recognize in the moment which side that they're operating in is I have them stop, check into the body. Sylvia talked about this, right? Sometimes it shows up in the super tight clenched muscles. Maybe you're having problems with your throat. Maybe your stomach is turning in that moment. Your body is full of incredible wisdom, and it will tell you what's really going on and what you really need if you get out of your head and you check into the body, right? So I have them observe this. I'm going to have you guys do this right now for me. Say it out loud. One of the things I hear the most from my clients are, I have to do everything myself. So I'm going to invite you to say that right now out loud. I have to do everything myself. And I want you to notice what's going on in your body. What happened to me was, as soon as I said it, I felt the energy starting to drain from the top of my ears through my shoulders, and I kind of felt like I was doing this a little bit. Now I want you to do an exercise, and I want you to say out loud, I can ask for help, and help always shows up. I want you to check in with your body now. What happened for me was I felt from my belly button up through the top of my head, I felt energy rising. And the next step is we're going to start to immediately look for some evidence right now of all the times we asked for help and it showed up, right? So that's one tiny technique to recognize when you are in the primal side of your nervous system. Now, how do we get into our powerful side of our nervous system, right? We made that immediate switch as soon as we said, I can ask for help and it will show up. We moved back into our powerful side, right? When we are in our powerful side of our nervous system, that's where energy lives, that's where solutions live, that's where creativity lives. And the goal is to spend the majority of our days in this side of our nervous system, right? This is our God-given gift to live in this part of our nervous system so that we can have the kind of energy we need to go out and create and become the fullest version of who God created us to be. Are you with me so far? If anybody's got anything in the comments, make sure you throw it in there because I'm going to make sure I answer those when we get done. The last thing I want to share with you is when you are living in the powerful side of your nervous system, that is where real solutions are. That's where the most energy is created. If you stop and think about how much time in any given day or any given week you spend in this primal side of your nervous system, and you could get that time back. Once upon a time, I spent probably between 20 to 40 hours a week in that side, and I was constantly exhausted. Does that sound familiar to you guys? Are you in that place right now? Now that I understand how to move myself back and forth in between my nervous system, that's just one technique. I've got a bunch of them. I get to live in this space most days of my life. And because I'm in that place of regular energy creation, at 55 years old, I started my new coaching business. I left corporate America. I started to get in the best shape of my life. Next month is my birthday. And I'm going to tell you that my 3-year goal to do that, I've already achieved before my birthday. I'm going to be 60. So, and I started a ministry because I have the tools now to live in this side of my nervous system most of the days of my life. And I understand how to quickly recognize when I'm in one versus the other and to move back into it. Does that make sense? Are you guys with me so far? So I think the last thing I want to leave you with is, if you think that you just need to do less, maybe you need to do more. Maybe I need to eat better. Maybe I need to run more, whatever it is. The first place I want you to start is to make sure that you are recognizing when you're in that primal side of your nervous system. It's not a bad thing. This place is meant for emergencies, right? If the dog is chasing you down the street, you want to be in the primal side of your nervous system, don't you? But if you're dealing with some big stuff at work in a high stakes environment, you want to be in the powerful side of your nervous system, because you're going to have the solutions, you're going to have the creativity, you're going to be the kind of leader you want to be in those situations because you live in that side of your nervous system. How fantastic would that be to be there most of the time in your life, right? So I think the last thing I'm going to leave you with, because we're coming up on 10 minutes here, thank you so much for sticking with me, you guys, is if you want to know a little bit more about what it is to live like this, what are some more tools you can do, my LinkedIn link is in there for you to click on. Go ahead, take a look at that. And I'll be hosting an upcoming roundtable about this topic as well. But feel free to reach out to me. I'm here for you. I'm here to help you figure out, Catherine, I just need some more energy, and I need to live in the powerful side of my nervous system. Could you help me out with that? Yes, I can. So I want to thank all the amazing speakers. I want to thank Hannah again. And I had a blast sitting here talking with all of you. So take very good care of yourselves and be sure you're living in the powerful side of your nervous system. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Catherine. So we have heard so many extraordinary strategies and just different perspectives. And Catherine sharing brain belief and breakthrough, the unstuck strategist. How many of you are feeling a different type of energy today? And that's the goal, is we want to up your energy for 2026 and beyond. And so to continue that momentum, our next speaker for today is going to talk to us about nurturing wisdom, discovering what lasts, release what fades, and flourish in what matters. Her name is Diane Hallman. She is the founder of Simple Systems for Thriving, transformational strategist, blending psychology and metaphysics. Please help me welcome Diane Hallman. Thank you for joining us today.
Hannah, thank you for having me. And I just want to say this has been an amazing day. You have brought together a beautiful group of women. I really resonate with Catherine's speech because I was there just 6 months ago. And when I was trying to move out of that primal state and into that more calm, relaxed, intentional state, is when I started to write the book, Nurturing Wisdom, Discover What Lasts, Release What Fades, and Flourish with What Matters. And it really made me go through my life and take stock. Now, really, the basis of this book is we start with that spark. So we know that we are in crisis or that we need a change. There's some kind of friction that is occurring in our lives. But then that next step is really around identifying where we're out of sync. Are we not living within our values? And our values are really our guideposts to help us find our way through the forest to live and achieve our end goals. So that could be through your values. That could be through your passions are not aligned. And also those expectations that we have placed on ourselves, or that society has placed on us, or that we've just internalized. So once we kind of get really clear around where our blocks are, then we can start to use all these magical tools to move through that and change our mindset into that abundance mindset. Now, when I use the word abundance mindset, I'm not just talking about the money. And I think many of our speakers today have touched on this, but abundance is everywhere, all around us. All you have to do is step outside and look at a tree or look at all the grass or the flowers on a petal, and you can see we live in abundance everywhere. You just have to take notice. And you can notice those glimmers in your life day in and day out. When you are starting to look for the magic in your life, you will see it. You will be able to perceive it and experience it and live in that life fully. So now we are going to move into our potential pathways forward. We found our magic, but we also need to retain it and practice it. So that's when we bring in tools like our positive affirmations or all of those different tools that we utilize on a daily basis to keep our mindset in that growth mindset so that we can continue to move forward and make positive progress. And lastly, we really want to talk about how do we embolden ourselves and embrace all these great opportunities that come to us every day. We talk about that intentionality. How are you spending your time? That is your most precious resource. It is your energy. That is the wealth of your resource, of how you're going to step into the world every day so that you can move closer and closer to your vision, to your dream, and to your goals. So when we start to talk about really nourishing our goals, I like to think of it as a seed. And that seed holds all the potential. And as we move into springtime, we're starting to plant those seeds. And I want you to just take notice of the seeds you're planting for this year and years to come. And I want you to just consider what seeds you're planting. Some are quick wins, kind of like annual flowers, They come up, they're really showy. You get all the bells and whistles and all the beauty, and then they fade quickly. Or are you planting fruit trees that could take years to reach that harvest so you can really enjoy the delicious fruit of your labors? Either way, what you are planting needs to be nourished and cared for, and it needs that consistent attention that is appropriate for that end goal so that you can reach and enjoy the abundance of the harvest that is available to you and to everybody else. So, with that being said, I have dropped in a link to a simple ritual. It's 5 minutes from a 5-minute shift from surviving to thriving, because those types of daily rituals of our breath work, our intentionality, our mindset changes, and even how we write our personal vision statements can change your life dramatically in a very short period of time. As the previous speaker was talking about, moving from that survival state to a thriving state is possible. And I am living proof. And I would love to share all of these systems and tools with you. So you can get in touch with me through the free gift that has been dropped in the chat. And thank you all for your time today. And I appreciate this wonderful lineup of speakers. Have a wonderful evening. Sorry, Hannah.
Got a little technology. Thank you so much, Diane, for sharing nurturing wisdom. And for those of you who are tuning in, please drop your questions or perspectives in the chat. All of the speakers can see it, they can answer. And I want to take a moment just to breathe for 30 seconds, really take in what we've discussed so far. And this summit, and why we call it Up Your Energy, is because we all need to have the energy and the capacity to move through life with flow. And that's where this summit came from. So we handpicked the best of the best to bring to you. And this summit has proven again and again that energy is real and it can be an amazing experience. So, our next speaker, she's going to talk about still rising. She has a story of resilience, purpose, and power. She is a 2-time cancer warrior, an international best-selling author, entrepreneur, and solution finder. Her name is Joanne Nider. Hello.
Hello, Hannah. How are you?
A-okay.
I'm great. I'm ready. I'm excited for this. I can't wait to hear that everybody else has to say after this. And I've been listening all day long, and I am so honored to be here and part of a panel with such amazing women. I really am. I'd like to take a few minutes and take a few deep breaths with all of you and to kind of just reset our minds. So I'd like to take few breaths in, hold it for 4, and then release it for 4. So let's do that. 2, 3, 4. Again. Hold it for 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, and out. And I find that for myself, making any decisions, I have to start and center myself by taking these deep breaths. It's taken a long time for me to get to where I am. But I'd like to talk to you about resilience and what that is. I choose to rise every day, not because I'm fearless, not because I'm strong, not because it comes easy, because it absolutely doesn't. I become strong and harder. Resilience for me did start in a hospital room. It started as a young girl where I didn't have anybody that really believed in me, and I wasn't sure that I was going to make for myself. I believed that I couldn't do anything. I didn't have any confidence in myself, and life was going by, and I realized I needed to hop on and take that ride or be left behind. So with that, little by little, I keep going in and out. I'm sorry, and Hannah will say this later. I am always in the witness protection program when I am on the camera for whatever reason. So I do apologize for that, but I am here still. I had zero confidence in myself, and I needed to do something to build that up. So I just kept trying until I kept getting to the next step and the next step and the next step and building my confidence up. Now, that doesn't mean that I'm full of confidence. That doesn't mean I wake up every day feeling wonderful and resilient, because I don't. Because it starts with not waking up feeling powerful, choosing to show up while you're tired or you're unsure. Resilience takes patience and practice. It's something that you really have to do and work on. It's built quiet in unseen moments, on the kitchen floors, the late nights, doctor's office, crying in your partner's arms, or crying alone in your bedroom, putting your face in your pillow. These are all the places and times where resilience will begin to creep in, because at some moment in your life, you will have to say, I need to stop. I need to rise. What's holding me back? How can I continue? So it's in those still moments. Life became about survival. Storm after storm. I'm gone again. Sorry, everybody. But my biggest storm came December of 2018. Multiple myeloma, blood cancer, hit me at my core. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what to make of it. And most importantly, I had no idea who I was going to become. And for me, that was the biggest part that made me realize it wasn't who I was before, which I truly mourned. I continue to mourn sometimes who I was before, but who am I going to be? And who am I going to be because of this moment right here and right now? And I think every one of us has that moment inside of us. We may not know it yet. We may have been through it. And like I said, it's been storm after storm. Resilience builds ourselves up. We build ourselves up with each moment in our lives, each big choice, whether it's a devastation or whether it's a diagnosis or you're going through a breakup, whatever it is, you've got to choose that part in your body that says, who am I? What am I going to get out of this? And who can I become because of this? So I want everyone to know that it is possible to rise. Resilience, you're going to get up. Your purpose is the direction you're going in. Power is your voice. Your pain becomes your bridge, not your secret. Your story becomes something to offer, not to hide. Power came from a choice, not the answers. I chose to rise. I chose resilience. And I choose that every single day. I chose to get up every day. We can all have two choices every day. We can lay down in bed and die, or we can get up and say, today I'm going to live my best life, no matter what that looks like. For me, sometimes laying in bed, that's the best life I'm going to be. There are many people in this world who have medical problems that you wind up saying, today is going to be the day that I have to stay in bed, but I'm not going to mourn it. I'm not going to be upset about it. I'm going to find purpose in that moment. If I have to sleep, maybe I can still journal, or somewhere, somehow you can still continue to help somebody else while you're going through it. Choose one small thing every day. I want you to choose something every day to remind you that you belong to yourself. You don't belong to somebody else. You don't belong to your thoughts. You belong to you and what you're going to make of that. I want you to reach back and rise. I want someone's always watching you, your courage, your bravery, your resilience. And while you're rising, you're going to help somebody else to rise at the same time. In closing, because I know I only have a couple more minutes, I didn't arrive strong, purpose, powerful. I'm not here telling anybody that I am purpose and powerful every single day or that I'm wonderful. I have to take a breath. I have to remember that I'm still surviving and that my story isn't over. And I'm sure I will still be hit with some other storms in life, just as everybody else. But at the end of the day, you have to make that choice. Are you going to be resilient? What are you going to do with it? Who are you going to share your story with? And how are you going to continue to be resilient and have a life of purpose and power? I'm going to share something actually in the chat because I don't have it here. I do have a little worksheet for you. I'll also give you my email address as well as my LinkedIn file. So you can connect with me. We can talk further about this. I try to choose to share my story now, which I didn't do until about 1.5 years ago. And I have She Rises Studios to thank for that. So I do appreciate everything you've offered here to me and to everybody else in the audience here today. So thank you, Hannah. Thank you, Adriana. Thank you, She Rises Studios. And thank you, everybody who's here today. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Joanne.
Thank you, Hannah. I appreciate that. That was wonderful. A little nervous, but
thank you for coming out of your witness protection program. It's always
I did.
good for you. I love it.
Thank you.
Your story of resilience, it's too much to put in such a short time. So here's what I say to everyone watching and listening. Connect with Joanne and listen and be a part of her hemisphere because she's a real powerhouse. And speaking of powerhouses, we are going to continue to up your energy. Our next guest is all about recharging and rising, thriving beyond chronic illness. She is an LPC and life coach supporting women with chronic illness, faith-based, and trauma-informed. Please help me welcome Joan Soto Melendez. Hello.
Hi, good evening. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for being with me today. My name is Joan Soto Melendez, and I'm glad to be here today to speak about this important topic. When illness is invisible, it is often misunderstood. And I want to begin by saying something very important because living with chronic illness is hard. It is not only physical, it shows up in ways people don't always see. And because many symptoms might be invisible, people don't always understand what you are enduring. When illness is invisible, it's often misunderstood. People may say things like, but you look fine, just push through. You did it before, why not now? Sometimes people can be hard on you. They may criticize your choices or question your limits. That can be one of the most painful parts of living with chronic illness. You are not only managing symptoms, you are also carrying misunderstanding. If that has been your experience, I want you to hear this. Your pain is real, your limits are real. You don't need to prove your illness to deserve compassion. Many women living with chronic illness are also caring for others, children, family, work, community. We are often expected to carry everything and never ask for help. There is pressure to keep going, guilt when we rest. Thriving does not begin by pushing harder. It begins by being honest with yourself about what we are living with. And tonight, I would like to share few simple recommendations that support sustainable living. Number one, redefine productivity. Productivity is not about doing more. Productivity is more about managing your energy. Some days, rest is the most important thing you can do. Your value does not depend on how much you produce. Number second, rest on purpose. Rest is not a reward. Rest is a necessity. Planet rest protect your body and your future. Rest is not about giving up. It is wisdom. Number three, ask for help and delegate. Asking for help is not weakness, it is wisdom. Delegation is not failure, it is choosing sustainability over exhaustion. Number four, focus on what you can control. Chronic illness brings uncertainty. Instead of asking, why can't I do more? Ask today, what can I do? What can I do in this present moment? This question brings peace and clarity. Number five, anchor in faith and hope. With God, all things are possible. This doesn't mean that illness will necessarily disappear right away. It means we are not alone in the storm. Prayer helps us realign our hearts and our minds. Prayer is where we release what we cannot control and receive strength for what we carry. Faith gives us hope. Hope gives us resilience. Before I close, I would like to share a little of my own story. I also live with chronic illness. Since 2018, my life has changed in ways I did not choose. I learned that I cannot spend my energy the same way anymore. If I do, my body will pay the price. I had to learn self compassion. I had to redefine what wellness means for me. I also had to question many expectations placed on women. We are often expected to carry everything, to never delegate, to keep working even when we do not feel well. There was a moment in my life when I said enough. I took a family leave and I never returned to old patterns that were harming my well being. That decision was not weakness, it was wisdom, and it gave me freedom. So, my final invitation is this: allow yourself to redefine wellness. Wellness is not doing everything, wellness is listening to your body. Wellness is choosing compassion over pressure. Wellness is questioning expectations that harm you, even when society says they are normal. You are not here to prove your worth through exhaustion. You are here to live with wisdom and freedom. I would like to introduce something that is very special to me. I'm building a mentoring wellness community. This community is for women living with chronic illness who are ready to stop pushing through and start living sustainable. It is a space for guidance, faith, reflection, and connection. You do not have to explain yourself here. You do not have to walk alone. In spring 2026, this year, everyone who joins, we begin with the Recharge and Rise Foundation experience. This is a gentle beginning, not about fixing, but about living well, even in the middle of illness. I share all of this from lived experience and from my work as a wellness mentor and therapist supporting women living with chronic illness. If this speaks to you, I invite you to stay connected. Please remember this. My link tree is Rumbo Network and is also right now the link available. On my link tree, you will see Recharge and Rise and ways to join the community. There is no pressure, just an open invitation. Thank you for being here and God bless you.
Thank you, Joanne. And for all who are watching and listening, she is living proof of thriving beyond chronic illness and all about up your energy. Our next guest is going to talk to you about awakening your fire, the heart-led path to energy, clarity, and confidence. Her name is Debbie Lynn. She is a business resilience strategist and certified grief educator, helping women rise from burnout and loss.
Hello.
Hello.
Nice to be here. Thank you so much. Well, I want to start today by asking you all a question. Have you ever asked yourself, I don't know what's wrong with me? Maybe you have a friend who said the same thing. I lived that far too long. And I kept thinking, I was decisive. I was focused. I was making money. And then all of a sudden, I wasn't even tired enough to sleep. I wasn't clear enough to move. I forgot what I was doing mid-task. Now, what caused that, you might ask? In 1 week, I lost a son, a job, and nearly my identity. So you see, my decisions all of a sudden felt extremely heavy. Everything that I knew changed in an instant. From the outside, I looked fine. My business was running. I was still showing up. I was doing all the things that the world expected of me because that's what we do as women. But inside, I felt flat, disconnected. All the trust that I had in myself had gone quiet. You see, burnout doesn't arrive with drama. It arrives silently. my sales slowed, my confidence slipped. And it wasn't because I forgot how to succeed. It's because something inside of me shut down. And then shame creeps in. Because you see, I was the strong one. I was the one everyone depended on. I was capable. I was clear. I was so certain. And then I started asking myself, what am I doing? Why do I feel this way? And I had to start looking at it. You see, I didn't lose my rhythm, but after long and loss, pressure, world society, things become incapable. We become disconnected from our energy, our clarity, and our confidence because we're still living in what the world expects us to do. And I am in survival mode. See, when your nervous system is overloaded, momentum feels unsafe. Decisions are heavy. And income slows because you didn't forget how to succeed, but your system is trying to remind you you need restoration. And that's why I prevented the business CPR method. And this is where passion, power, and profit comes back online. So I have 3 tips for you all. 1, passion. Reclaim your energy. Ask yourself, what did I do before this happened? What brings me joy? Because you've been operating from obligation instead of your truth. What happens is we abandon what lights us up, what keeps us running. And over time, that buries our fire. But when our energy returns, we stop forcing who we used to be, and we start looking at who are we now. Because you see, your fire's not gone. It's just waiting for permission. It's waiting for you to say, I'm ready. So here's a tip. Ask one honest question every single day. What feels true for me today? Then answer that question without judgment. Number 2 is power. Restore your clarity through self-trust, through your heart. You don't feel clear because you don't trust your decisions anymore. But if we make one small decision every single day and follow through, whether it's perfect or not, it doesn't matter how big it is. The honest choice is we stand behind it, and clarity then starts coming back and confidence is rebuilt. Number 3 is profit. We want to allow the confidence to create the flow that we had, because profit stalls when your energy is unstable. When you're disconnected, you feel fuzzy, boundaries blur, and then selling feels heavy. So here's a tip. Simplify your focus to one aligned offer and one clear message. When your passion is engaged, your power is steady, and your communication sharpens naturally. Profit isn't something that you're going to chase. It's something that follows alignment. Money flows when your energy feels safe, clear, and grounded. And the truth that most people, and especially women, you need to hear this. You don't need to fix yourself. You don't need to push harder. You need to come back to your heart and yourself. When passion reconnects, energy returns. When power stabilizes, clarity follows. And when both are present, profit becomes natural. Your fire didn't leave. It was protecting you. And now is your time to wake up, to rise, and realize that you have the power within to be and become the new you after life disrupted your flow and your energy. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie Lynn. For those of you who are still with us, we have heard from so many powerful women today, and Debbie Lynn sharing how to awaken your fire, the heart-led path to energy and clarity and confidence. This is all about energy. I just want to kind of recap all of the extraordinary speakers that we've had today. We kicked off Up Your Energy Summit at 11 a.m. today. And our very first unforgettable speaker, Kirsten Franklin, she shared with us about becoming un-F-withable, activating your MVP code for unstoppable success, followed by the extraordinary Dr. Deetra Payne, who talked about from stuck to unstoppable, how you rewire your mindset. We also heard from the brand babe herself, big brand energy, Megan Dirks. She gave 7-day challenge to get clear, confident, and visible. We also heard from Heather Hansen, the energy alchemy, turning stress into power. That was a powerful one. All of them were. We also heard from Ianthe Morrow. You can start a brand at any age. Age is just a number. It's not a factor. We heard from the extraordinary Amy Sanders, where she shared about the power of one. We also heard from Sherelle Morris today about energetic economy is your breakthrough. You can listen to all of these women, connect with them, and really become a part of their support and vice versa. They can support you. We also heard from Kathy Baldwin today, when we show up reclaiming our power through voice and podcasting. I think we had a lot of love and feels when Sylvia Becker-Hill hit the virtual stage today, talking about energy alchemy, transformation from exhaustion into ease with neuroscience-powered somatic rituals. And of course, we heard from cashless to the cash queen herself, Ariel Balfour. We also heard about the energy effect from Lita Johnson, why goals give you life, and they do. I wholeheartedly believe that. We also heard from Julia Stage, how to attract your true soul tribe online. Woo! And of course, the beautiful Annabelle Van Westrop, where she talked about astrocartography. Where do you belong? Where should you be? Where does your energy thrive? Then we heard from Catherine Traft today about brain belief and breakthrough, the neuroscience behind it all, how faith can ignite. We also heard from Diane Hallman, where she's talking about discovering what lasts and releasing what fades and flourish in what matters, because all of this matters. Today's summit wasn't just about business, it was about life, because what happens in our personal goes into our professional. And we know this. We also heard from the extraordinary resilient queen herself, Joanne Nider, talking about her story of resilience, purpose, and power. How you can still rise no matter what. We also heard from Joanne Soto Melendez. She talked about recharge and rise, thriving beyond chronic illness. The extraordinary Debbie Lynn, how to awaken your fire, because we all have it. We have this fire. and it leads to the path of energy, clarity, and confidence. So we want to say a true heartfelt thank you to all of you for joining us today for the Up Your Energy Summit. My name is Hannah Olivas, and I think we're going to take a 60-second pause. You can watch our little countdown, and we'll be right back. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the finale, or almost finale, of Up Your Energy 2026. My name is Hannah Olivas. I am the CEO of She Rises Studios, and I'm so honored and proud of all the extraordinary women we have had take the virtual stage today. So to continue this fantastic momentum, I want to introduce you to our next speaker. She is going to talk to us about practical longevity as a solopreneur. She's a registered dietitian with 15 years experience focused on sustainable health systems and boundaries. Please help me welcome Emily Horstman.
Hi, thank you so much, Hannah.
Hi.
I'm so excited to be here. Hi, everyone. My name is Emily Horstman, and Hannah introduced me really nicely, but I'm a registered dietitian, and I specialize in longevity strategies, connecting the short term to the long term. So what I'm here to chat with everyone about tonight is how we can manage our energy and our health when we are entrepreneurs or busy in our lives. So that's what we're going to talk about. Really narrowing in on energy. So I want us to all frame our energy management as our ultimate asset in our life and in our businesses. So I'll ask you this and answer to yourself. How many decisions did you make yesterday, for example? At least for me on the East Coast and with my routine, I'm winding down for my day, but I know not everyone is. So we'll use yesterday. So how many decisions did you make yesterday? Think of a number, maybe like 2,000. So research says adults are making over 30,000 decisions a day. And what happens if we're making those decisions when we're running on fumes? There's a lot of different ways we can fuel ourselves, but the way that I specialize in is obviously food, hydration, and the different nutrients that we're getting. And that plays a really, really big role in our energy and ultimately our performance. So the wonderful thing about being an entrepreneur is your health and your business's health are very intertwined. So when you take care of one, you take care of both. And conversely, when you don't take care of one, the other usually suffers too. And there's a ton of nuance there, but we're just skimming the surface in this couple minutes tonight. So how many of you are running on fumes today? Answer for yourself, honestly, right? And do you know why you're running on fumes? Did you eat enough food? Did you eat meals? Did you skip breakfast? Did you drink water? Is there medication or supplements that you're supposed to be taking as part of your regimen that you missed? So if you're running on fumes, just take a few minutes to think about why that might be. And if you don't know, that's also an important clue too. So obviously the way that I don't prescribe to the phrase, and this is really big in entrepreneurial circles, like the way you do one thing is the way you do everything. I'm not a fan of that. And I don't believe it. A lot of people will disagree with me, but the truth is though, your energy does affect everything. So how your energy shows up in your personal life and in your professional life, it affects the success of your business, how many things you can sell or how many clients you can close, and the teams that you lead and the opportunities that you recognize or miss. And a lot of us entrepreneurs or high performers, we treat our energy like it's unlimited. And then as we get a little bit older or we hit a burnout wall, we realize we really need to foster it a little bit more. And I'm willing to bet that pretty much everyone here has experienced that it is not an unlimited well. And if you have, please tell me your secrets. So in these next few minutes, I'm going to give you 3 strategies to change the way you're thinking about your energy management and framing it as a business asset. Okay. So let's first talk about the mid-afternoon slump, the 2 p.m., the 3 p.m. crash. Does this happen to you? Take a moment. Does this happen to me? Sometimes yes, sometimes no. There's an obvious factor. There's not such an obvious factor. But either way, you might hit a decision-making wall. Decision fatigue is often called, right? And then that can lead to you saying yes to things that you shouldn't say yes to, no to things that you should say yes to, or just like not making the clear decisions that will ultimately cost you later. So making sure that you're eating breakfast. Everyone's talking about, a lot of people are talking about breakfast, and especially in spaces with women, we're really realizing how fundamental and important that is to take our bodies out of fight or flight, calm down our hormones, send safety signals to our brains. Women do not respond. Let me rephrase this without causing a tangent. Our hormones are more sensitive to extremes than men. So the same is true for like cold plunging and missing meals and intermittent fasting. We just respond differently, and general medical advice for adults, not taking that into account, and skipping meals, intermittent fasting, and especially missing breakfast, even if it's on accident, applies here as well. So if you're not eating breakfast in the morning and you only want to take away one thing from me ever, please try to eat breakfast. For the reasons I said, it helps our body calm down and realize we're not in crisis mode. We're not in starvation. It supports our hormones regardless of the stage of life that you're in. And try to get protein if you can. So I understand people live all over. So what's normal for you for breakfast? It should be whatever is normal to you. But if you can get in sources of protein, then that is ideal. So thinking like eggs with vegetables and toast, or cheese and potatoes, or something like that. Greek yogurt with berries, chia seeds, pre-made protein drinks if you're on the go. I always have a case of those in the refrigerator because life happens. And I've committed to not missing breakfast, even if everything goes wrong in the morning. And they're also really nice if you have a low appetite. If you're just not a breakfast person, if you're on a medication that causes a low appetite, those drinks can be really nice. And if you would like specific brands or more on this, of course, reach out to me. But if you're skipping breakfast, that's the first thing to address for yourself. And it's a business decision because it's going to let you be stronger, better, clearer for the whole day. So even if you have to start small, there's a woman that I listened to on Mel Robbins' podcast. She gave an example that I've really tied onto. I was like, oh, this is so simple. Even if it's just having one bite of yogurt, one bite of something, just give your body something. Even if it's like you can't give up your coffee, make it with some, I put Vital Proteins and Benefiber in my coffee every morning. So that's an option too. Okay, so another solvable problem would be a bridge meal during the day to prevent this, or what we would, us mere mortals would call lunch, so that you don't crash. The crash does not have to be inevitable, and it's individualized for everyone. So take it with a grain of salt and apply what's right to you. But you want, just like you're aiming for a balanced meal at lunch and dinner, you are at breakfast, but start with where you are right now. So your lunch, you want protein, fat, and carbohydrates. Protein from tofu, beans, meat products, eggs, whatever you choose. Fat, ideally from plants, so avocado, nuts, seeds, something in that realm, or oil dressings or whatever. And then your carbs should be fruits, vegetables, or whole food carbs like grains, beans, potatoes, sweet potatoes, sourdough bread, Ezekiel bread, something like that, pastas, whatever, as long as they're minimally refined, ideally. This will give you sustained energy without a sugar spike, without a crash, and it'll keep you sharp through the afternoon to keep making decisions. So really, then you're just more clear-headed, and other people may be reaching for their third cup of coffee, but you're not as dependent on that type of thing. And then you're not having a come down later. So you're not a zombie when you're picking up your kids. You're not a zombie greeting your partner when you get home. And, there's so many adults. I heard it. I was at the gym right before this. And it was just like a small group training thing. And the woman is my age. And she said, I just can't do anything after work. She doesn't have anyone to answer to after work, but she still doesn't have the energy to exercise after work. And that is completely solvable. But that's a thing there. But it's very common. It's really, really common. So we're just sacrificing like hours and hours of our day when we don't have to. We're just throwing in the towel. So anyway, energy is it's a buzzword. It's so meaningful that it's almost meaningless. But energy isn't just about feeling good. It's about resilience. It's about bouncing back from setbacks, from stress, from challenges. It's about showing up for yourself most of all, so that you can show up for everyone else too. So another really important thing to think about is hydrating and making sure you're getting all of your different micronutrients. So vitamins and minerals. So electrolytes fall within the minerals and category. But hydration, if you're not drinking enough water, absolutely think about that. You want like an ounce per kilogram of body weight. The 8 cups a day was a little under-researched, over-reported type of thing, but you really just start there. So that's really, really important. Hydration really affects your brain. And even like a 2% dehydration can really slow down your synapses and just slow things down in general, making you feel a little sluggish, a little tired, a little foggy. And just like send a negative signal to your body. It's so simple. And if you're having a hard time with that, there's a lot of strategies out there. But if you want to get a little bit like next level, you can think about omega-3s and magnesium to kind of calm down and regulate the messengers within your body as well. And remember too, that the better you recover from each thing in your life and each thing that you encounter in your day, the better you can perform overall, so that you raise your energy, you raise your performance, and then you bounce back quicker. So it's really as simple as, from this frame, as simple as eating and drinking water. Yeah. All right. So let's connect it back. So we show up better. We see the return on investment. We see the return short term of doing all of these things, taking care of ourselves, balancing our blood sugar. Even if you don't have a blood sugar issue, it's still a thing that gets balanced in your body all the time. And you see it compound in all these other areas of your life. When you take the best care of yourself you can, even just the simple things. This is, I don't have enough time to tell you all about all of my values and all of the ways I practice, but, wellness is not the Aura ring, the sauna, the cold plunge, the fancy workout, and da-da-da. It's eating real food. It's drinking enough water. It's spending time fostering relationships. It's getting out of your house. It's sleeping, and it's really just resilience. So if you just take care of really simple things, you'll see it play out and pay off with your finances, with your business, like small, consistent actions in your health or in your business translate to the other. So if you're focused on your health, you're going to bring your business health with you. If you're focused on your business health in a really like holistic and healthy way, you're going to bring your physical and mental health with you. So it's a really beautiful gift and curse. We're going to lean into the gift aspect of being an entrepreneur and being able to support yourself in that way. You really buoy yourself in both directions. So yeah, and then that really can set you apart. Like you can feel absolutely limitless. That way, a little bit of momentum, a little bit of a foothold gets exponentially bigger. And you really can set you apart from your competition and help you just get that much further ahead. Was that lighting on my end? That was weird. Okay, so your energy is your competitive advantage. Protect it, take care of it, and treat it like the business asset that it is. And that's what I have for you.
Thank you so much, Emily, for sharing your insight and strategies. It's so appreciated. And when we talk about energy, I think oftentimes we forget about what we're putting in our bodies as a direct fuel. So I think we need to pay closer attention to that. So as we bring Up Your Energy Summit 2026 to a close, I want to take a moment to say thank you. Thank you to every speaker who showed up with honesty, wisdom, and heart. Thank you to every person in the chat who leaned in, reflected, and participated. And thank you to you for choosing to spend your time and your presence and your energy here with us today. What I hope you take away from today is this: energy isn't about doing more. It's about becoming more aligned with who you already are. You don't need to overhaul your life overnight. You don't have to have everything figured out. But if you leave today with even one insight, one boundary, one practice, or one moment of clarity, then this time together has already created an impact. Over the next few days, you'll receive post-event follow-up from She Rises Studios team, information on what's next, how to stay connected, and where you can access the replay. So please keep an eye on your inbox. Until then, be gentle with your energy, protect it, honor it, and let it guide you forward. On behalf of She Rises Studios, thank you for being a part of Up Your Energy Summit 2026, and we will see you very, very soon.